There's not been many changes since last time I played Crawl. I didn't stream yesterday because I forgot that it was Mexican Independence Day. Well, it's between yesterday and today. The 2 days are celebrated. This one is a bit more celebrated than the previous one. Usually people don't work today, and yesterday they only work like half time. Um, so yeah, I just like spent it on my own watching some um, philosophy videos on YouTube. I enjoy that kind of thing. Um, so yeah, Ogre Elementalist is what we're gonna be playing. It's interesting that it is recommended. All right. Hello, Will Tarquine. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. Mm, we're playing Ogre Elementalist today, and we are going to be hopefully finding Arc Jolt and using it, and it will be good. Regardless, Ogre has pretty good amounts of HP, so I anticipate it going well. Mm, the Fabled D1 Quokka. Let's see if I can kill it. Like experience level 1 Quokka, second encounter of the game. It's so messed up. I think that, yeah, evasion is just way too strong. Monster evasion, it's always been, and it will always be until you get access to, a tool that actually helps you deal with monster evasion, which I actually have pretty early into the game. But yeah, this is pretty messed up. I have to tap these guys. Fortunately, I have a hand axe. This is kind of the ideal thing to find for the purposes of surviving such a situation. Mm, Amulet of Faith. That's not very useful. Are you faster than I am? You are, but only barely, I suppose. So I'm gonna have to walk away for a bit. Okay, at least we got rid of the ball python. And the bat only hits for 1 damage, so I think we're fine. Oh, look at that. That was pretty messed up. Yeah, I think the only word to describe what just happened is pretty messed up. I'm gonna put on Faith, and I will most likely go Vehumet. Um, yeah, I want to try more Arc Jolt. I did find that with my Depot that I played the other day, the one that I should have won, but I took to a cigarette and killed. I was not really tanky enough to wait for the monsters to be in the perfect position to Arc Jolt them all, and I want to have that happen, so Ogre should hopefully help in that regard. I will probably also need some defenses or resistances, the usual. Um, but yeah, let's see if I happen to find it anytime soon. Anyway, let us continue. Intelligence. Fated Altar. It's always worth checking Fated Altars, since it now gives you 3 options. If you see Trog being a spellcaster, you say no to the Fated Altar, because that's a pretty lame way to be stuck with Trog um, on a character where you don't want to go Trog at all. I'll buy the cloak later when I have the money to buy it. It's a little bit of extra armor class. Definitely well worth it to acquire. 5 and 9 should get the job done. And after that, I'll train a lot of spellcasting, probably about 9 or so spellcasting, probably 8. And then I'll get 15 fighting, since as everyone knows, fighting is the most powerful strength that you get from being an ogre spellcaster. Um, Yep, we just got an amulet of mana regen, so obviously we are going to be using that. Mana regen is a very, very powerful property. We pretty much always want to have it on any character that's using mana as its main or sometimes even exclusive way to deal with things. Um, Unlike with the Jin that I played the other day, this character will obviously be getting some evocations, so I can kill things when my mana inevitably drains in its entirety. It shouldn't really be happening every fight, but there's gonna be some situations where that's gonna happen, and I'm gonna need the extra like capability to kill things. Alrighty, let's get Swiftness and Airstrike as well. Elementalist book is the only one that I get all the spells for. Though that may be changing in the near future with the recent removal of Conjure Flame. Finally, after so long it got removed. I've been saying that it should get removed for quite a while. And it's finally gone. Replaced with two different spells that do similar things, but in my opinion are both more exciting than Conjure Flame, so I like that. Anyway, I have Static Discharge. Static Discharge completely ignores Monster Armor class. It's a ridiculously strong spell for this early stage of the game. That's why I like Elementalist so much nowadays. Static Discharge ignores both Monster Armor class and Monster Evasion, so there's very little monsters that can actually stand against it. And the few that can are easily killed by Airstrike too. So like Gargoyles and Ice Beasts die to Airstrike, or you can just run away with Swiftness, and everything else just dies to Static Discharge. It's a great start in my opinion. It's a really, really good position in 0.29, 0.30, because these changes also apply to 0.29, and in fact they're even more relevant in 0.29 compared to 0.30, since I think this version still has attacks of opportunity, but I know that they will be getting removed during the curse of this version. So when that happens, being able to move faster than a monster will not really be as much of an issue or as much as a necessity as it is currently. But for 0.29 it is super important to be able to disengage. Very few backgrounds get the ability to disengage for free in that version, and Elementalist and Warper are pretty much the only two that do. So yeah, and not only that, but Elementalist also like has so many strong things. It is probably the best background in the game. As of right now, like in this version, Elementalist is just so good. And in 0.29 as well, it was incredible. It used to be Ice Elementalist, but Ice Elementalist got absolutely dumpstered towards the latter part of the version. I will kill the one here and then leave the level. I don't want to have it to deal with Berserk Dubesa, but I also didn't think that I was going to be able to run away from the one. We were able to kill Robin. Robin doesn't really give me anything of value since I don't really get access to the helmet, which is normally the reward that you would get from killing Robin. I don't like the idea of this. Ooh, Potion of 3 is interesting. Yeah, I think that gets the job done. I was looking forward to finding heal wounds or something, but Potion of 3 definitely does the job as well. After all, it does give me quite a substantial amount of HP. I think Potion of 3 is such a strong item. Very, very good thing to have. And even more so on a character like this one that already has a ton of HP, and it will not have defenses for quite a while. So yeah, Potion of 3 is just like Potion of win the fight, pretty much guarantee that you're not gonna die. Potion of guarantee that you're not gonna die. Unless you run out of ways of killing things. But it is unlikely that such a thing will happen since I have my amulet of mana, mana regen. And yeah, anyway, altar. We need to find Vehumet is what I'm thinking of. I think that Vehumet will give me Arc Jolt. Dubesa will be very mad at me. I'm sorry, very mad at me because I killed the one. So I better skip this level. whenever I can. Oh, we've just found magic mapping. Might as well follow my own advice and skip the level since I really don't want to have anything to do with Berserk Dubesa. I feel like that's a very easy way to die in a situation where I don't need to die. Okay, very spooky black bear. It was extremely dangerous. Those guys are super messed up. When it comes to black bears, I have very interesting memories of them from when I was a brand new crawl player. I remember seeing a Berserk black bear on like D8 or so, and then just destroying it because it wasn't D8. And then being in the IRC channel, hey, that Berserk black bear on the 8 like seemed more dangerous or more scary than it actually was, and the reply was, yeah, they're usually like that, but now not so much. Now they're actually pretty scary, which I think it's a step forward for difficulty levels in the game, where when monsters are no longer trivial, every monster that you encounter is like a reasonable threat for one reason or another. Like, you may say that these singular orcs are like a joke, right? And they kind of are. But the threat comes from the fact that there's a lot of them. They may serve as meat shields for more dangerous orcs, such as priests or wizards. So they still hold some use. Anyway, this is kind of pretty bad. I don't like this. Okay, yeah, okay. It's finally walking towards me. It only took half of my HP for this guy to start walking towards me. Alright. Staff of Poison. I'll pick that up and wield it so I have poison resistance. Avoids any nasty situations with early game adders and water moccasins. Black mambas in Lure. Alright, so far looking pretty good. I wish I hadn't had to skip a level. I skipped D4 because there was the one on Dubesa. There's an altar in there. It could be an altar to Vehumet. I at least see that the temple is not here, so I'll worry about that altar after I find the temple if the god that I want to go for is not in the temple. And by the way, I already said it, but once again, the god that I will be going with this game, or with this character in this game, is Vehumet, because I think Vehumet gives me the best chance to get Arc Jolt. And yeah, like, this feels so strong. I haven't really stumbled across anything too ridiculous. I wonder if there was like a secret change to Tron, or yeah, to Tron compared to 0.29, because it's been so much better than 0.29 was to me. These few Tronka games, most of them I actually managed to get off the ground as opposed to just dying to something ridiculous early on. Oh yeah, Sky Beast. I was trying to sap it, but that's not gonna really work. We have Airstrike for that, however. Scorch is a spell that I am very fond of, so I think that I should probably get it. By the way, we got Ignite Poison, which I am very excited for, but it doesn't really mean anything unless I find Poisonous Vapors or Toxic Radiance. So fingers crossed. Lots of whites here. This could be a moderate issue. Perhaps it may be in my best interest to run away, or never mind. Apparently, I had all the damage output that I needed to kill these guys from Static Discharge. Obviously, we're going to be getting some intelligence. So far, it's looking pretty good for this character. Yes, we have not only Airstrike castable, but we also have access to swiftness in case we need to run away. And yeah, cannot really overstate how important it is to have swiftness as a resource, especially in this age of attacks of opportunity. Though the early game should be very easy, considering that I am an ogre and I actually have some pretty good HP. There's already been situations where I've lost 40, 50 HP, and because I have 74, it's not really the end of the world. Where some characters with experience level 9, they would actually be in some serious trouble if they were to lose that much HP, including characters like with more standard amounts of HP, such as human. Um, but Ogre excels at having HP. Um, Here we have Vehumet. I'll go Vehumet. Yeah, Vehumet gives me the best chances of finding the spells that I want. D7 Temple is pretty deep, mm, but it's fine. Maggie. I have a Ring of Fire for Maggie. Okay, bring it on, Maggie. We can deal with her. That's why I decided to start the fight. Yep, the fire resistance kind of got the job done, and I got steam skills. Very decent upgrade. Let's do this. Let's see how bad it is. It is not bad at all. Steam skills gives me a bit of extra armor class without really giving me any penalties whatsoever, since it's pretty much like Rove, but just gives more armor class. That unfortunately is not that great. Oh, this guy has a polearm. Didn't really notice that it had a polearm. Hit me pretty hard too. I wish it hadn't hit me for 13. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I can start dance this guy. Oh, wow, that's interesting. It walked away. Well, in that case, I'm gonna take the chance and use swiftness. Resting the temple. Yeah, temple. It's not really something that's relevant nowadays, but back in the day, Temple used to never generate monsters, so it was like the absolute safest place to rest on. Of course, monster generation is pretty much like removed from the game altogether. What I mean is that monsters will not really generate after you first enter a level, unless it's like Pandemonium. Pandemonium and the Abyss do have that. Hells used to have it, but it also got removed in 0.29, I think. So yeah, the game has changed quite a bit in the last couple of versions. There's been some really, really serious changes. Not necessarily bad changes, but changes that make Crawl somewhat different. Feels, yeah, different is the correct way, because I wouldn't really say that it is better or worse, except for the quality of life changes. Those are good. I will always be in favor of quality of life changes, such as putting spells on the quiver. It's been here for a couple of versions already, but it still feels so new to me. And I definitely like the whole putting spells on the quiver thing quite a lot. Unfortunately, this Orc Warrior has a polearm, and I just got. That's more than enough spellcasting for a while. Let's train fighting. Yeah, unfortunately, the Orc Warrior has a polearm, and I got confused. And I only have one curing, so we're gonna have to use it. Static discharge, static discharge, static discharge, static discharge, static discharge. All right. You're playing Tengu. Elementalists have Maxwell's Bioorc. Yeah, Tengu things. You know what? Maxwell's is another good reason to go for playing another Earth Elementalist, now that you mention it, because Maxwell's is not really a spell that works very well for Jhin, I would say. The reason why I say that is because Maxwell's is a spell that kind of requires you to sit there and tank for a bit, right? And Tengu is not known for being able to do such a thing. So Ogre can kind of do that when it gets later into the game and it actually, starts being good. But yeah, Tengu, I don't really see it ever being able to do such a thing. Having access to... oh, you have Hat of Pondering. Okay, I was not gonna... I was thinking about using Curare to kill Gastronok, but I don't have Curare. On the other hand, I do want the Hat of Pondering. It's a very powerful item to have. It's willpower, 10 mana, 5 intelligence, and 3 armor class on my Ogre. It sounds wonderful. It sounds truly delightful. I wish I had some source of poison. I have some poison darts. Let's try to find them. I will use those versus Gastronok because I also have Ignite Poison, and since Air Magic is one of the skills that are required for Ignite Poison, I think that there's a pretty good chance that I will be able to cast it. Not necessarily with that much power, but I will be able to cast it. So my plan is kinda trying to get Gastronok to Extremely Poison and then go for Ignite Poison, rinse and repeat. And see how that goes. And yeah, Arc Jolt is pretty sick. Is Chain Lightning the long-term goal for Orbs of Fire? Yes. I think that Tengu has some pretty good aptitudes for Chain Lightning purposes. Like they have good conjurations and good air magic, right? So you can just train a bit of spellcasting, which if I remember correctly, they don't have that good spellcasting, but since the other two skills are pretty good, it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. And just run around chain lightninging everyone. Alrighty, let's do this. I really want the Hat of Pondering, by the way. I really, really want that item. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. Fingers crossed for me finding some Curare. Curare would be fantastic. Yeah, like if you're casting MCC, you clearly have a ton of air magic skill already. So you're pretty close to Chain Lightning if you're casting MCC. You're just gonna need some conjurations. By the way, MCC by Orc is kinda insane. Yeah, MCC by Orc is absolutely bonkers. Let me take off my weakness to cold. Yeah, I got reminded because Psyche has some a robo fire resistance, which I will take for myself. I would rather lose one armor class and have fire resistance than have the steam immunity, because the steam immunity doesn't really come into play where the fire resistance might, especially if I find something like an Efreet or Erika. Erika has a Scimitar of Flaming. She doesn't really have fire spells, but she has a Scimitar of Flaming, so having fire resistance would probably reduce the damage from the Flaming brand a little bit. Hopefully one of these guys has this, not Distortion, Curare, yeah. Okay, the Brigand has Curare. That's pretty good. I have poison resistance, so I don't mind. I need to get rid of this guy like right now, and that's why I'm gonna use Surge Strike. There we go. Okay. And now that I have my Curare, dealing with Gastronok should be significantly easier. Fingers crossed. I also have a Dagger of Venom, so I could theoretically poke down Gastronok until he dies. These guys have some pretty good weapons. I saw a +5 Morningstar in there. Yeah, that's a pretty insane weapon to find so early into the game. I could use that. I could use this for quite a while. It's a really, really strong weapon for the point in the game that I'm on. And like after all, I am an ogre, so I could always go for Manifold Assault, Giant Spike Glove, Statue Form, and just like one-shot people with that, while also having pretty decent defenses. There's a non-zero possibility of such a thing happening. I've been really considering it now that I found that. We shall see how it goes. I almost never go for that kind of thing. So like the chances are not good despite the fact that I have like some pretty good stuff, right? But I'm gonna think about it. I found some giant clubs already. Of course, I've been killing ogres and giant or two-headed ogres already, but we don't really need to pick anything up yet. Anyway, Curare, Poison Dart. I did memorize the thing, right? I did memorize Ignite Poison. Okay, so I'll be able to use Ignite Poison. Probably gonna have to go for a couple of miscasts. Okay, extremely poisoned. Let's try to do it. Okay, dealt a substantial amount of damage to Gastronok. You can see that he's heavily wounded, so it's not looking so bad. Gonna walk forward. Wand of Light. Pretty okay damage. I don't wanna go for Airstrike because Gastronok. Gastronok used to have way more armor class than that. Yeah, looking pretty good. Your fighting skill gained 2 levels and is now at level 11. How much HP did I gain from that? I gained 13 HP out of doing that, not bad. And of course the Hat of Pondering, which gives me a substantial amount of armor class and a plethora of pretty good properties to have. The willpower is awesome, the 10 mana is incredible, the 5 intelligence. Of course, the whole ponderousness aspect is bad, but I have swiftness, so I can easily compensate for it. And it's not like I cannot really, or like if I can walk away regardless because attacks of opportunity, right? So I think it's a pretty good find for this character, especially for this point in the game. And by the way, I have 123 HP before entering Lair. That's the kind of HP that 0 HP characters usually enter Lair branches with. I don't know if you've thought about that, but yeah, like that's just a great advantage that Ogre has over over other things. It's gargantuan HP. It's so good. I enjoy Ogres. They make me happy. Pretty competent spellcasters and pretty beefy dudes. Morning Star of Protection. That might be better than the +5 that I'm carrying, but I don't know if I will be using that anyway, so I'll just leave that in there for now. I don't think I've found the Lair entrance, but it should be happening sometime soon. How much damage does it deal? Static Discharge. 3 to 9 per arc. Alright. I think it caps at 3 to 10 per arc. There we go. We got Throw Letter. More important, in my opinion, than having fire resistance is having regen. So I will be replacing my my fire resistance for this regen that I just got. And now I have regen and mana regen. This should be a very fast game in terms of turn count. I'm not really gonna go out of my way to do anything different, but since I got those two properties very, very early in the game, there's gonna be a lot of time that I won't have to rest to wait to regen my stats, and by extension the game will last much less turn count wise, but real time wise it's gonna last roughly the same. I also hope that I get Toxic Radiance, since I already have Ignite Poison. Toxic Radiance or Poisonous Vapors, alright, that's pretty good. Give me that. So Poisonous Vapors, we are gonna suspend the training of fighting for a bit. We're gonna train 5 poison magic. We're gonna get that real quick, and then we're gonna go back to fighting. So yeah, something amazing about having poisonous vapors ignite poison is that it just destroys things in general. It's gonna be so good. If I get Toxic Radiance soonish, I would definitely be interested in going to Orc before going to Lair, and by extension going to Elf before going to Lair branches, since it also serves a pretty strong purpose there, the purpose of killing things that you otherwise wouldn't really be able to kill that quickly. You should have hope for poisonous vapors. So I would have gotten Toxic Radiance. Well, who knows? I can still get it. It's just that I am very early with Vehumet, so it's gonna take a while for me to get level 4 spells. Maybe in 1 or 2 gifts, I'll be getting level 4 spells. Man, this is so busted. I find it funny how Venom Mage is so weak unless and then you find Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison, and then it's the strongest thing ever. Or rather, you find Ignite Poison since they already start with Poisonous Vapors. I also start with Airstrike, but Airstrike is just like it kind of feels like a more expensive Poisonous Vapors to me sometimes, especially if I already have Ignite Poison. 15 fighting. look at these skills. This is pre-layer. It's so crazy that I have access to already such fine ways of killing things, and also 15 fighting. So I don't really have to worry about being fragile or anything. It's like truly the Ogre special, being able to like 141 HP pre-layer. Um, it's so crazy strong. I love it. And even though I am obviously lacking a way to deal area of effect damage, not really that much of an issue. We were fighting Ladul's band, hadn't really even noticed, but Ladul's band doesn't really stand a chance versus my superior HP and damage output. Ladul, oh, look at that, we got Meth. This book has Ignite Poison as well, so if I hadn't gotten Ignite Poison, I would have gotten it from this one. And since I like Poisonous Vapors that much, I probably would have grabbed it even without Ignite Poison. So yeah, we were fated to have the Poison package. I feel like on almost every character where I find a Poison package, I'm a spellcaster, I win. Same goes for me and finding regen early on, which I did. I found mana regen super early, and now I have throw letter armor as well. Yeah, like the character is looking very, very solid for this point in the game. It's super early, but it has everything that I could possibly wish for. Let's go back to D3, D4? Which one was it? I think it was D3. No, it was D4, the one with Dubesa. Of course, Dubesa is just gonna get absolutely deleted the first time I see her. I might even be able to kill her before she berserks. It's almost impossible, but it could happen if she doesn't notice me after I use Poisonous Vapors on her. I think that actually might be impossible since it's not like such a stealthy auction or like it's not such a stealthy action to cast a spell on a monster. But regardless, you just saw what happened there. Stone Arrow too, that's great. I will be getting this Stone Arrow spell because it's so strong. Yeah, it's strong in situations just like that one where I saw the Endoplasm. Not that it is a particularly threatening foe, but anyway. Stun Arrow is at 3 dice of 10. That's actually quite a bit of damage. 3 dice of 10. I wonder if it's enough for these guys. Probably for this one. I can just kill them with... yeah, I can just kill them with Static Discharge. Just wanted to wait a bit to, you know, be absolutely sure that they were not really gonna be an issue. And now I get access to my rewards. Also, let's take a look at this. 7 scrolls of enchant armor. That's crazy. It's quite a lot of them. Also ran out of identifies. I have a ton of unidentified scrolls. Teleport, Fear, Buln. The other ones I only have 2 offs and 1 offs. I will wait until I find more identify because those might be blinking. Blinking is like the most important scroll. I would have been okay read identifying blinking if I had, you know, 7 blinkings or in fact, I read identify. I read a scroll of identify on the enchant armor in the hopes that it would be blinking, and then I would have 7 blinking. It didn't happen, but I would have been okay read identifying blinking if it was in a stack of 7. Is what I'm trying to say. However, if my blinking is one of those 1-offs or 2-offs, then I wouldn't be so happy about read identifying it. So I'm just gonna wait. Blinking is just such a valuable consumable. Such a valuable resource. Okay, yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of poison-resistant monsters in here, much to my dismay. All of the monsters that I found are poison-resistant. Literally all of the monsters that I found. Okay, finally, some Jacks. Of course, Jax would be much faster to kill if I had Toxic Radiance, but it hasn't happened yet. I have Dazzling Flash, but who cares about that? That's not a real conjuration. Irradiate is a real spell, however, much more real than Dazzling Flash, so I am interested in learning that one. Yeah, I struggled a second to think about what I wanted to do versus monsters that were next to me, but I want to cast Static Discharge. I feel like Irradiate is just a natural evolution from Static Discharge. Uruk gets completely decimated. Something that I could easily do with this character, that other characters wouldn't really be able to do, is just like destroy Uruk like that. I think I'm gonna go a bit harder on this. 21 fighting, perhaps. I was also thinking of getting Irradiate, right? Since like I already learned it, I could also just like train for it right now. And that sets up for when I find statue form, just go for statue form, Noxious Bog. I think that like the more I think of it, the better it sounds. And it's not like I need extra fighting right now, right? Like getting only 6 levels of fighting is not really gonna do as much as getting Irradiate would, so I'm gonna do that. You have a new favorite wand again, thanks to Trunk. Um, which wand is it? When it comes to wands, personally, I didn't really like the combination, the specific combination of Wand of Roots and Wand of Quicksilver. The zombie hands one. Yes, exactly. I like the idea of Wand of Roots, but when combined with Wand of Quicksilver, it's pretty lame because Wand of Quicksilver makes the Wand of Roots lose its effect. Also, I kind of don't like that much that Wand of Roots removes the certainty that Wand of Ice Blast gives. I use Wand of Ice Blast quite frequently to pretty much guarantee a kill on almost dead monsters, since it's an explosion and it partially ignores resistance. So it is just like very consistent damage even against monsters that are resistant. But Wand of Roots kind of denies you that. It also cannot be used against Orbs of Fire, which is kind of a bad thing. Doesn't work on invisible monsters. It does have some upsides, but I think it has more downsides than upsides, and I would consider it to be the weaker option compared to Wand of Ice Blast. That's just me. I do think it's powerful. I do think it's quite powerful. Although situationally much more so than Ice Blast. Anyway, 10 and 10. I got the Book of Necromancy. Necromancy is okay. Ogre Necromancer is not terrible, I suppose, but I don't want to do such a thing. I like how casting Poisonous Vapors is like tagging monsters with the Mark of Death. I've gotten so many Rings of Dexterity with this character. I wonder if the game's trying to tell me something. I swear it's like the 4th one that I found. It's crazy how many Rings of Dexterity we found. Dex. Oh no, I found 3, of which I'm using 1 because I don't really have any other rings. But the moment that I have a better ring, I will replace this ring of dexterity that I currently have equipped. It's not really an ideal item for my character. I'm not really gonna train a lot of dexterity. After all, I not only have very bad dexterity because I'm an ogre, but I also have a penalty to dexterity-based stuff. Well, not really dexterity-based stuff, but dodging, since I am an ogre, and ogres have that. It's kind of hidden. Nothing in the game really tells you about that, but you probably should expect it since you have large amounts of HP and that kind of thing. Okay, we read Identify on blinking. I saw that I had 3 of that one, and I felt compelled to read Identify on the scroll. And I'm very glad that I did, because now I can read Identify on everything else, since we already identified the most valuable item in the whole game. And maybe I have Acquirement. Okay, I already read Immolation as well, so I can continue reading. Do I care about forgetting anything? Maybe Shock. Yeah, I'll forget about Shock. Its time has already passed. Okay, I didn't have Acquirement. It's not really an issue. Not an issue at all to not have Acquirement. Man, this is so strong. Any character with a poison package is just gonna be a strong character. We got Snake, unfortunately. That means that I will try not to do that. Vampiric Battle Axe is a pretty great item that I will not use. But a pretty great item regardless. Anyway, There's a chance that I can do Snake as my first rune, but it all depends on what I find. Oh, Ring of Intelligence is better than Ring of Dexterity. Yeah, like we take off the Ring of Dexterity and like literally there's no change to my character in any way whatsoever. So that's how little impact it was having. Um, Anguish, not really interested. Do I have any new spells from Vehumet? Doesn't seem to be the case. Man, this character, how fast are we going? 37 minutes. You know why it feels like that? Because I've not found super messed up stuff that I cannot deal with. I found some pretty challenging stuff like uniques and stuff, even Gastronok, but it's nothing beyond the capabilities of this character, fortunately enough. So, and yeah, it feels nice. We got Shoals as well. Snake and Shoals is pretty nasty since I think that Snake is bad for this character, kind of. Depends, I suppose. Spellcasters do well in Shoals, or in Snake, sorry. In Shoals, it also depends on the spells that I end up having by the time I get there. We shall see. Bogart Forest. Fortunately, I have a spell that gets rid of Bogarts in a very clean and direct fashion in the form of poisonous vapors. Otherwise, it would be quite nasty. Okay, do I care about picking up that enchant weapon? Not really. I'll leave it on the floor. Potion of Cirque. Yeah, there's a good chance that I just don't use a weapon at all with this character, other than a sky weapon, I mean. Okay, looking pretty good. 5 pips of piety. Vehumet's piety gain is lightning fast. I enjoy it quite a bit. It is such a sharp contrast to Sif Muna to go Vehumet. I don't like this. This is also the most difficult ending to lure. It's the yeah, I need to reposition a bit. I got swiftness, so I could reposition, not to outrun these guys. I knew that I was not gonna be able to outrun them, but this should be good enough to keep myself alive. I guess I can use a heal wounds for safety. Yikes. Okay, I have swiftness. Ooh, that's so bad. I will use a blinking here because unfortunately I have to use a blinking. Very low HP, surrounded by very dangerous enemies. You start to feel a little slower. That's not a nice message to get. It's complicated. I think that this is a pretty bad spot to be in. I don't know if teleporting away safely is safe. I would lean towards no, since I've explored pretty much none of the level. I guess I could read a scroll fear. I could also kill these jacks that are coming towards me right now instead of running away from them. Oh, there we go. We got Arc Jolt. So it was correct. My decision to go for Vehumet for the purpose of Arc Jolt was the correct one. 1.6 movement delay. Pretty rough to move around. Well, minus swift and sluggish. Well, not sluggish, but ponderous from the Hat of Pondering. I'm glad that I was able to survive that one, but I really needed to blink. If I had not blinked, I would have absolutely died there. Yeah, if I had not blinked, it was game over. And there's some situations in this game where, like, same situation, but I just never found blinking in the early game. And in that kind of situation, you just die. I've had it happen, and it is pretty rough when it happens. In my opinion, every character should start with one scroll blinking to avoid the randomness of not having found a scroll blinking. but I don't think the developers agree. There's a developer that agreed with me that like starting kits are kind of weak and like needed to be buff, and the starting kits did get buff, but it also came hand in hand with attacks of opportunity, and we all know how that went. Um, anyway, singularly targeting these guys with poisonous vapors is not as bad as you would think it is. It is, of course, much more comfortable to just cast Toxic Radiance once or twice, but it is also okay to just press the quiver and then press the quiver and move it just a bit to target the correct monster, rinse and repeat. My large amount of mana plus mana regen is making it so that I can cast these spells that are kinda not precisely the most mana effective thing in the game, but still not run out of mana, and that is a pretty good thing. Yeah, I'm about to be surrounded by a lot of monsters. Lots of frogs. Frogs are so vile, but I don't really want to move, you know? Okay, not bad. This is definitely an Ogre moment. Um, I lost like 80 HP during that fight, and I'm still completely okay to continue fighting because I have, well, now I have 83 HP. Although I guess that my regen also played some part in there, alongside my mana regen, of course. Amulet of Regen, we are not going to be using that. I have Mana Regen. Mana Regen is the better amulet for spellcasters. I was talking in the Roguelikes Discord earlier today, and I did say that I found myself pretty much using Regen or Mana Regen on every character that I found. That, and also noticing how, like, most of my early game characters that find Regen or Mana Regen do not. Do or like tend to win, I think, if I find regen early in the game. By the way, I got Arc Jolt and I didn't learn it. So I passed it off. So now I guess I have to get CBL, but I really don't want to get CBL. CBL is one of my least favorite spells in the game. It is very powerful, but it also deals an obscene amount of self-damage. It is super bad. Even with resistance, it's like really rough to use because of the self-damage. So yeah, I guess I won't be getting that. It's a shame. I really wanted to have Arc Jolt. I went Vehumet for the sole purpose of having Arc Jolt. Okay, why is this Farcraft not? Oh, it's oh. Why am I doing this? I was like, why is this Farcraft not dying? I've used Ignite Poison on it multiple times, but it is immune to fire. Okay, I am kinda doing this to myself then. Well, I better stop doing that right now. Put on the fire resistance. Read Fear. Walk away. You kill the Farcraft. That's a pretty good message. Alright. I don't think we're gonna see monsters that hit me with cold damage here. Yeah, it would be nasty if such a thing was to occur. Okay, I have access to Irradiate now. Pretty good. Deals very little damage since it got its damage nerfed earlier in this, or like in 0.29 earlier in this year, I suppose. But it's still okay damage that ignores evasion, so it's worth having as an option, especially if it just lands on your lap so early into the game. I think I can kill the Oklov plant even without the resistance because I have just a lot of HP and regen. Between Poisonous Vapors and Airstrike, I feel like I can, like I have a tool for pretty much every monster that I stumble upon, and it feels good to be like that. Fine leather armor. We've been finding a lot of Randart armor, but unfortunately nothing that I can use myself. Another Ring of Dexterity. Like, I don't know what's up with this game and its Rings of Dexterity. We've been finding so many of them. I'll carry this Staff of Cold for the resistance, because I still don't have a source of that resistance. Just in case I happen to stumble upon an ice cave. I don't want to be taking the risk of going into an ice cave without the resistance, trying to find the resistance in the ice cave. It works, don't misunderstand me, it does work quite well, but I think it is super risky and very prone to disaster if you make one misplay. And I'm not a perfect player, I do make misplays quite frequently. Such as starting to worry about a fight once the fight is obviously not going in my favor and I'm at around 40% HP. We are going to go do D12 now. And then we are going to go do Orc, which should be very easy, just as easy as Lur was. This guy has an Arbalest, of course. Fortunately, I have big boy HP, and an Arbalest, while rather painful, it is not as deadly as it would be for a different kind of spellcaster. This would be a perfect time to use Arc Jolt, by the way. It's a shame that I accidentally passed it off. I really want to find something like that. Yeah, killing all of these without Arc Jolt is gonna take me forever. Fortunately, it's not very difficult. It is time consuming and mana consuming too. That's the worrisome part, the mana consuming. But it is not like gonna kill me. I could make this faster if I had a scroll of immolation, but I don't think I found any. I should also maybe cast Static Discharge. Yeah, maybe cast a Static Discharge. Okay, I don't have immolation. Yep, I only had one in the entirety of the game so far. It is okay, it's not the end of the world to not have immolation. Unlike with Blink, if you don't have Blink, that is the end of the world. Francis must have fire resistance, maybe not. Francis is almost dead. I just remembered that Ignite Poison scales with fire magic, and I have not trained any fire magic. There we go. Francis was a very easy kill for a very powerful character. Pretty good. Orange potion. Let's buy these. Hopefully I won't have to buy that File of Lots. I really don't want to buy it. It's very ridiculously overpriced. But I'll buy it if I truly need it. Ooh, look at that. I'll wait until I am experience level 15 and then I'm gonna drink that. And I think that kind of seals the deal on this character. Unless the mid game is extremely rough, which does tend to be the case, of course. But I have willpower. I only need a little bit of resistances added to my character to be able to easily and safely do Elf. Fingers crossed. I am going into Orc after all. There's a non-zero chance that I do find what I'm looking for here. You know, that's a lot of two-head ogres. Pretty rough. What am I being offered? Iron Shot. Alright. You know what? I will be getting Iron Shot, and I also will be trying to not die here. Fear? Do I die if I fear and it doesn't work? It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Yeah. You know, something that I don't like about Crawl is that it could have not worked and then I would have died, right? And then the correct way to guarantee that I'm not gonna die is to go for Blink, but Blink is just so expensive to use because it's such a powerful get out of jail card, right? So you cannot really spam it in situations where you have other tools to aid you when it comes to not dying. That was the first occasion. No, not the first. It was the second occasion in the game where I kind of felt threatened. I felt like there was a very real chance that I could have died. But fortunately, fear worked quite well. Let's go into this level again. I just leveled up to 15. Let's drink the potion of experience. Yeah, that's more than enough fire magic for a while. Oh yeah, let's get Iron Shot. Look at that, I have so many spell levels. Let's see my spells real quick. I don't have anything that truly can catches my eye. I guess the Starburst is pretty good, but I don't want to go for Starburst. I don't want to go for Fire Magic that much this game. I would like to go for Poison Magic. You know, I already have Ignite Poison, so that skews me very heavily towards Poison Magic. It's just like that. My Iron Shot is at 4%. How much damage does it deal? It must not deal that much damage. Yeah, 9 dice of 7. Pretty weak Iron Shot, since after all I don't really have that much Earth Magic. But I will probably be training this to 13. Yeah, 13 sounds like a pretty good number. Now that I have... should have cast Swiftness before going in. Yep. I have Swiftness, so I know that I'm not going to get attacked of opportunities. So I think this is fine. I can just walk away from these guys for a bit. It would be much easier if I had Ignite Poison or like Toxic Radiance. This is one of the very few situations where I do wish I had Toxic Radiance. I think I'm running towards a dead end, which is a good thing since I know that there's not going to be more monsters coming towards me if it's a dead end. I'm not 100% sure it was a dead end. Jeez, pretty rough. Okay, that's fine. I wonder what item it has, what weapon it has, other than the Arbalest. Oh, it has a glaive. That's pretty messed up. Well, that was a pretty difficult entrance to Orc with an Ogre Mage band. Funnily enough, the Ogre Mage was not the difficult part. The difficult part was surviving the Ogre band, just because they were all in the entrance. So upon entering the level, I just took too much damage. But yeah, that's just like par for the course for when you enter a level. When you enter a branch, to be more precise. If you enter a level and the level is obviously ridiculous, you can always just not go there and just take different stairs. That is not something that you can do for lair entrances or for branch entrances, to be more precise, to be accurate. So branch entrances can definitely ruin your day. By the way, that Orc Sorcerer immediately tried to paralyze me upon entering line of sight. It was not really an issue. We have willpower, so I'm not really afraid of getting hexed here. Part of the perks of the Hat of Pondering, and as you can see, the Hat of Pondering is just a strong item for my character. It does everything that I want it to do, since I don't really need to walk away, so that kind of neutralizes its greatest weakness, and it gives me willpower and mana and spell power, and even gives me more armor class than pretty much any other hat that I could use at this point in the game, so it's just incredible. There's a hat that I would upgrade it with, and that would be the Hat of the Alchemist, obviously. Hat of the Alchemist gives you 1 pip of every resistance, but it also gives you -2 armor class, which is, of course, a very good price to pay for it, since, after all, it is... it frees up every ring slot that you have. It frees up all of your inventory, so you can just wear the thing that gives you the most resistances, the most stats, the most defenses. Like you're just free. You don't have to worry about resistances for the rest of the game if you find the Hat of the Alchemist. It's a really, really strong item. I think that worrying about the loss of armor class from that item is... it's not seeing the bigger picture, you know? On a game where you find the Hat of the Alchemist, you'll probably have a ton of rings and stuff that you can just use to compensate the armor class loss. Like, you can even make it as simple as equipping some rings of protection or so. Warlord? You know, it was not Saint Roca. Sometimes there's Saint Roca here, and it's kind of messed up. Okay. So we got... I don't even remember what I was training. What do we train for now? Iron Shot? I've been thinking about training for Iron Shot. I guess let's do that. So I guess Swiftness, precisely so I could run away from these guys. Swiftness is such a good thing to have with Hat of Pondering. Yeah, I'm very glad that I found Hat of Pondering with this character since like I'm just really getting a lot of mileage out of it. Um, I think it wouldn't really be an overstatement to say that such an item has carried me through the early game very well. Okay, let's try to burst down Azrael with Airstrike before he decides to get nasty. Which he is getting nasty. I'm getting some pretty bad rolls. Yeah, what's up with that? He's almost dead. There we go. Okay, that's a lot of Firehounds. This is a bit excessive for Azrael's band, in my opinion. I wonder if Fear works versus the Hellhounds. I know that it's not gonna work versus the Elementals, but let's give it a try. Even if it had not worked, I didn't think that I was gonna die. That's why I went for it. Good evening, Railbird. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. We are playing an Ogre Elementalist of Vehumet with the objective of finding the new spell Arcjolt. I went Vehumet, and I did find it, but unfortunately I didn't get to pick it before Vehumet offered me a new spell since I was going blazingly fast through the dungeon and its denizens, and I was gaining a lot of piety. I was very excited when I got it, but when I got the spell, but unfortunately I didn't learn it. That was my bad. So now I'm gonna have to hope to find it on my own. Rune Giant Spike Cloth, Jorgrun. Stepping away from the wall to not get LRD'd. Since my armor class is pitiful, LRD would really hurt. And I don't want it to hurt, so yeah, better to avoid getting hit by it in the first place. Let's buy this. No, not the Rove. I insist that worthless items like +0 Rove should never generate in shops. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It would even be better if shops had less items, but all of the items were mildly interesting instead of Roves, which are, like, you're never going to buy a Rove. You're going to buy a Wand of Light. You may even buy some stones, but you're never going to buy a Rove because everything has Roves in this game. You will find multiple Roves very quickly into the game. I just found Ignite or Toxic Radiance, which I will obviously buy. It is on the Unrestrained Analects. I know that it is in there because, like, I know that spell or that book from memory, so yeah, because I know that it is one of the best books that exists in the game. So I'm gonna buy this. And it gives Toxic Radiance, Succubus Refrigeration, and Ignition, which I already had, so only those two appeared. And now I have Toxic Radiance, which is a pretty strong spell. I might get 9 Poison Magic just to use it. You might be interested in this, Railbird. There's a new Fire Magic spell that replaces Conjure Flame. It's pretty cool. It's called Kindle Blast Sparks. It creates a cloud of volatile blast sparks around the caster, which explode when something moves into them or when they're exposed to open flames. The explosion is concussive, knocking adjacent creatures away. Damage done rises with the spell's power. So it serves to push monsters away. It creates an explosion. And it doesn't hurt you the way that Conjure Flame used to do. It's great in my opinion. Very good on Jhin. I played a Jhin Fire Elementalist the other day within this week, and it was an exquisite spell specifically with Jhin, since Jhin has fire resistance. So I was casting this with a monster next to me and just walking away, and then it was exploding and pushing me away alongside. No, the monster doesn't get pushed away. But it was pushing me away, which was the important part, and it was also, dealing a decent amount of damage, 2 dice of 18. So I like that spell quite a bit. There's another one that got added to the game. How is it called? I think it's called Sigotubi something. Yeah, Sigotubi's Redful Rot. Rots away a part of the caster's flesh to produce a cloud of miasma around them. Miasma slows and powerfully poisons any living creature that lingers within, including the caster if they tarry after casting it. Most living creatures are terrified of miasma and will not willingly enter it. The rot leaves the caster's health temporarily drained. The undead can still use this spell, but fleshless beings cannot. So yeah, this also fulfills the role of Conjure Flame, but in my opinion, it does it a bit more interestingly. Blast of Sparks feels more like a fire magic spell. Like it is hazardous to use. It can deal some damage, is what I mean, and it just like is flashy, explosion, noisy. This is kind of Conjure Flame, but instead of just being Conjure Flame, it is Necromancy. So yeah, like it got separated into two spells that kind of fulfill different roles in a similar way. From the two of those, I definitely enjoy Blast Sparks a lot more than Dreadful Rot. I don't think I will be using Dreadful Rot a lot personally. Butterflies? Your butterfly barely resists. Yeah, butterfly armor, let's go. Mm. Scroll Butterflies is so strong. Like, what I just did, I wouldn't have been able to do had I gotten Scroll of Fogu. Scroll Butterflies is really, really strong for a 3-rune game. Way, way more powerful than Scroll of Fogu. But for a 15-rune game, like, you really want Scroll of Fogu. Scroll of Fogu is so much more powerful than Scroll Butterflies. For a 15-rune game, that is. They just have different purposes. Steaming Dagger. I will buy it just because it's shiny. It is pretty reasonable, you know? 5 resistance, 5 intelligence. I'll equip it. I will equip it, alright. Yeah, that loses me poison resistance, gives me fire resistance, and now I have 5 extra intelligence, which hopefully helps with my spell power in other spells other than poison magic. Yeah, obviously the staff does more for my usual poison magic, but I like having 38 intelligence. Yeah, 38 intelligence, pretty good. Alrighty, let's go back to the dungeon. Ready to go straight towards D15. A second ring of intelligence for $500 dues. Do I care? I think I may not care. I would be much more interested in equipping something along the lines of a ring of cold resistance, maybe. Maybe even a ring of protection. But another ring of intelligence? Not really. I have so much intelligence. It's not like it gets worse. Well, it kind of does get worse the more you have of it. Um, but I don't think we're at that point yet. Anyway, I find Josephine. Fortunately, we can just get rid of her. We get finally Lightning Bolt from Vehumet. I'll be grabbing that. I wish I had grabbed Arc Jolt. I hope that I find it soon. Man, I cannot believe that I went Vehumet for the express sole purpose of getting Arc Jolt, and I got Arc Jolt and I didn't memorize it. Come on. Well, this Troll Letter Armor that we just got from Snorg is rather a minor upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless, and we take those indeed. So I have Iron Shot. Do not forget about the fact that I have Iron Shot. It may not deal a lot of damage, but I have Iron Shot indeed. It will get better the more Earth Magic that I train. But yeah, we haven't really had the experience to do that just yet. I think that I'm gonna go do Shoals before doing Snake. Like, Snake for this character sounds absolutely nightmarish. I am not a fan of the Naga sharpshooters specifically. Those are super nasty. And I cannot really poison them. Like, all the thing that I have been doing with this character, like my most powerful tool, which is the poison package, doesn't work at all in Snake. It works partially in Shoals, and by extension I am much more willing to go do Shoals than I am to do Snake. At least until I have Iron Shot. Iron Shot will fix that issue quite well. We're gonna get 13 conjurations for the purpose of Iron Shot. I did learn Lightning Bolt, right? Yeah. Okay. Lots of ugly things. Okay, very interesting. Why were there so many ugly things in here? Two different ugly thing bands. Skeletal Warriors. Not a fan of those. I think that I am going to read Magic Mapping because I don't want to miss the Ice Cave. I have Cold Resistance. I found a Staff of Cold, so I can equip that, go into the Ice Cave, hopefully find something along the lines of Kite Shield of Cold Resistance. That would be a great item for my character to have, and then just use that. I think that I can probably kill this Skeletal Warrior. I don't like that it is so far away with a polearm. I am not going to use Attraction against this. I know better than to do such a thing. Static Discharge, pretty good versus those guys. Gets the job done. You know what's also pretty good versus these guys? Dealing damage to them before you actually have to be within melee range against them. Let's walk towards the Ice Cave. Oh, that's a Centaur band. Never been a fan of those. Some of my least favorite monsters, since they do the optimal very consistently, with the optimal being attacking you. They very rarely will walk towards you. It's just too powerful for some characters. Anyway, let's go in here. Let's equip. Should I equip anything? I think that I will Quiver Iron Shot now. I have enough mana to probably deal with this without running into mana issues, even if I Quiver Iron Shot. Worst case scenario, I still have my Potion of Mana from the very beginning of the game. Yeah, beautiful. No need to equip the Cold Resistance. I'm still gonna do it regardless. It kinda nerfs my spell power a bit, but not enough for it to matter. So it's fine. Yeah, 3 spells cools in the spell. But Conjure Flame was, or was it only Conjurations on Fire? I think it was only Conjurations on Fire. This is a Harpy Simulacrum, so I cannot outrun it. Might as well irradiate it then. What is this? Anaconda. It's another fast Simulacrum. Fast Simulacrums are kind of messed up, I have to say. Yeah, you cannot run away from them, so they're just like super messed up. Oh, I got myself Yellow Contamination. By the way, I really wanted to walk away, but I just got Fast Simulacrum put in front of me. Cannot really run away from those. Unless you die, or unless you want to die, that is. I got Stat Rot. Do I care? Unfortunately, I kind of forced myself to interact with the mutation minigame. But fortunately, even though I just got Small Horns, they don't do anything for an Ogre. They literally don't do anything. You can safely ignore them since you cannot use a helmet anyway. Oh, no statues. Huh. There used to be statues there, but I guess this is the hard mode of the Ice Cave because it's D14. Hard mode Ice Caves are pretty ridiculous. They're like actually absurd. Way too much for the point in the game that you find them on. Best exemplified by this Caustic Strike Simulacrum. One of Roots? I mean, I have 0 evocations. Oh, it's still rooted. Surprising. There we go. I am glad because that's such a sicko mode monster. It actually is completely unreasonable to deal with such a thing at this point. Oh, I should have used one of Roots. Yeah, that's what I wanted to use. Man, I'm glad that they don't have that much HP, that One of Roots Iron Shot seems to be getting the job done. Because they're really scary monsters. Gonna cast, yeah, gonna cast Swiftness and run for my life. That looks like a situation where I want to do exactly that. Swiftness is pretty good for the purposes of letting me gain ground on monsters, so I can Iron Shot them through, or from maximum range. Not very good. I will go for Irradiate. Irradiate one-shots I think I got a pretty good roll because it is only 3 dice of 23. I wonder how much HP those guys have. Cannot really directly search for them in game because Simulacrum is just a modifier that is applied to the monster to create the monster Simulacrum. Kind of janky, and it doesn't let you see the stats of the monster unless you're already fighting it. Let's exemplify that. Shard. It's a caustic strike. Caustic strike simulacrum. Alright. The matching monster for caustic strike simulacrum. Yet I am fighting them. How do you explain that? Anyway, I have quite a bit of mana for this point in the game. I don't know if you've already noticed, but my swiftness kinda also serves as sublimation of blood in a sense. Since I have so much mana regen because I have an amulet of mana equipped, it is very, very mana positive to run away. That's so strong. Like, I don't think that with the current kit that I have, I will run into severe issues at any point for the rest of the game. Of course, I can still eat my words and find that I am getting kind of dumpstered later on in the game if I don't find resistances. But hopefully, I will find resistances. That helmet, well, it is a helmet. And I am an ogre, and ogres cannot equip helmets, so there's not much to do about that one. Okay, the obsidian statue is almost destroyed. I'm gonna try to kill it with airstrike. It fortunately gets the job done. Once again, fast simulacrum, the form of this anaconda. Pretty spooky. Once it is killed, I think the correct thing to do is to walk away and regen my mana. Gonna run towards this freezing wraith, kill it with irradiate, and continue running away. And I got flanked. That mark trap is so messed up. If it's intended to make it so that you cannot run away from the leech, it's pretty messed up. Yeah, like how are you supposed to know that you're gonna get flanked here? These redesigns of the ice caves are pretty unfair in my opinion. Not a fan of them. Fortunately, I got teleported near the entrance, so I can just walk to the entrance, wait for monsters to get over here, and if I am in a situation where things get nasty, I can just get out without really a lot of complications. I would like to not get out, but I will not hesitate to get out if it means, leaving. I can't believe that airstrike actually killed that guy. That's insane. I assume that I got some pretty good rolls. Yeah, at some point the damage of airstrike starts to get just a little bit better, which makes it significantly much more usable. At some point you get 2 dice on airstrike. I don't think you get 2 dice from the very beginning at low spell powers. Or do you? Because like I don't really have that much spell power. You probably do, and I haven't noticed. Recently I had a run with 100% power airstrike. Probably should have paid a bit more attention there. Kite Shield of Cold Resistance. I called it. Exactly the item that I wanted to see here. Ooh, that's pretty decent. You know, that's all the resistances that I wanted. At the hefty cost of 5 intelligence. It is quite a hefty cost, not gonna lie. It is a cost that also can be compensated by equipping this dagger. So now I have pretty okay resistances, lots of willpower, pretty decent intelligence, and a kite shield of cold resistance to have even more cold resistance in the future. Yep, the future is looking bright for this character thanks to the acquisition of this ring that I just found. Funny thing that there's a manual of necromancy here, and before times this vault used to place 2 manuals of ice magic, which was obviously insanely strong. I miss those times, but yeah, regardless, it was a pretty good amount of loot that we got. We didn't really fight anything too messed up, so I would consider that to be a very successful and satisfying endeavor to do go into that ice cave. We can probably drop this Staff of Cold and Staff of Poison since I already have the resistances that they provide. Like, this is looking so good. I think that now I will put Poisonous Vapors on the quiver again for Poisonous Vapors business. And I will most likely go back to, or like start training shields to equip the shield that I just found. I wonder if maybe the solution to the shield problem that Ogre has right now is to just make it so that they have a positive aptitude for shields. Maybe it is something as simple as that, because I've like, I don't know if you've already noticed, but like I have really little shield stat, because shield scales with mm, shield scales with dexterity, not with strength. And what do ogres not get any of? Dexterity. I may have given myself a little bit of minus dexterity, but I feel like I absolutely need to do it. But yeah, in the before times, it used to scale with strength, which made it significantly more desirable for an ogre to have a shield. As it is right now, I'm training for it for a couple of reasons: to reduce the penalty and my success rates, to increase the shield stat, even though that's not gonna be that good. And to have the resistance, yeah, without really penalizing my spells that heavily. That's pretty much all that I yeah, sorry for that. Mm, oh, that's pretty much all that I want from the shields, just the cold resistance, because the stats are not gonna be that good. I am an ogre about to go into the mid game. It is nothing out of the ordinary to run into some issues going into the mid game. We found LRD, which is gonna be nice later in the game for bolts, but I'll pick it up right now because I wouldn't like to, lose it. Pretty good for this level too, since this level is made out of metal. Metal levels, or like metal in general, makes LRD deal more damage. Beautiful. Pretty good indeed. My resistances in this character are so exciting. Yeah, having an ogre with good resistances is such an extraordinary thing. Hopefully I'll find Arc Jolt, because the whole point of this character was to be using Arc Jolt, and I kinda had the opportunity and I let it go. I cannot believe it. That makes me a bit sad regarding this character. I almost quit when I realized that it had happened. Maybe Vehumet should give you like two spells at a time instead of one, like let you learn the one that was offered to you last and the newest one. Gave myself yellow contamination by accident. And now I am at 2 dexterity. In case my dexterity issue wasn't already severe enough. It should be okay regardless, since I'm not really planning on pumping it or doing anything with dexterity. I will most likely level up dexterity a bit later on, but yeah, the whole irradiate business giving you even more contamination than it used to. It's making me malmutate myself way more than I did in previous times using irradiate. That coupled with the decrease in damage makes it that means that probably I should just like not learn irradiate anymore. It is not bad, but it definitely does not suit my playstyle anymore, is what I'm trying to say. Ardeon Crystal is very enjoyable. It is quite strong, as you can see. Robe of Resistance. Interesting. Good, but regen is more powerful. I feel like robo resistance is significantly rarer and not so significantly, but still weaker than troll leather. Troll leather is just more powerful than robo resistance. Mm, Perhaps robo resistance or resistance should be a thing that appears in more artifacts or more armor types rather. Like plate armor of resistance. Can you imagine that? That would be such a good item, such a special item too. And it would add consistency to the late game instead of hoping that you find that artifact that just fixes all your resistances issues by giving resistance brand to good armor instead of just giving it to troll or to leather armor and to ropes. It would be much more visible later in the game. But that's just what I think. Also, the more the game progresses, the better loot you should get, in my opinion. That's something that someone said recently, and I am inclined to agree. So like you get exciting upgrades and stuff later on in the game. Not only wait for dragon scales and stuff, like just finding monsters equipping plate armor of resistance or chainmail of resistance would be cool. We're out of early game to enjoy, and now we get to the mid game. We have to do shoals or snake. I am doing shoals. I am doing shoals indeed. How is this looking, by the way? Probably could go back to Iron Shot. I'm gonna be casting a lot of Poisonous Vapors, but I also have Earthstrike ready for Harpies. Unfortunately, I don't really have a good spell to deal with them. Arcjolt would have been that, but you know what happened. Arcjolts. Okay, I just thought of something. What if I go do Elf instead of doing this? Oh. I'll do this until I get into a situation that makes me wish I was in Elf, and then I'll do Elf. Who knows? Maybe it never happens. Ooh, Lesser Beckoning, or rather Blink. Blink is the important part there. Manifold Assault is also okay, but Blink is the important spell. Especially being a slow. Okay, Mleoglottal is asleep. Better let him be. I don't have to mess with Mleoglottal if Mleoglottal doesn't mess with me, right? Amulet of Reflection, weaker than what I have. Ooh, another one of my keycaps has flied off my keyboard. Let me Alt-Tab and press it down because, yeah, if you press the key down in-game, you die. The first time that it happened while I was streaming, I did that. Unfortunately, I was next to a wall, but it did move me like one tile into the wall. And then I realized how dangerous it was what I had just done. So never again. Regardless, I find it pretty funny that just sometimes keycaps fly out of my keyboard. I think it is completely related to the fact that sometimes like I flick the key and I like slide my finger off of it instead of properly pressing it down and then moving my finger up for the key to go back up naturally. That absolutely has something to do with the fact that keys sometimes fly off from my keyboard. But I still find it pretty funny, and I don't think I will be stopping my habit of pressing and releasing the keys like that. I am getting pretty close to the level 9 spells. I got a nuke. Yes, this is the keyboard that that Shaper so generously donated to me a while ago, a couple of months ago. Pretty good keyboards, definitely zero complaints about it. Even the whole keys flying out thing is not something, like it's not a complaint, I just find it funny when it happens. It would be annoying if it happened multiple times every day on normal usage, but it's only happened like 4 or 5 times since I've had the keyboard. Oh, finally first band of Harpies. Well, this might make me think that I wish I was in Elf. Since these guys are kinda difficult to kill with my kit, the only spell that I have that hits them in a relatively area of effect is Lightning Bolt, Irradiate, LRD. I guess I do have a fair amount of them, like a non-zero amount of them. Regardless, I would prefer to just be able to use Poisonous Vapors and Ignite Poison. And man, look at that. It is just sad how 2 casts of Irradiate puts you at Yellow Contamination. It's pretty rough. Oh, I accidentally cast. Oh, miscast Iron Shot. Well, that's not good. Oh, come on, it missed? Oh man, I don't miss. I don't miss. I think I'm gonna try to kill this with Static Discharge. I should probably use Static Discharge way more than I've been using Irradiate. It just feels like a better spell. Yeah, it's crazy that that Static Discharge feels better than Irradiate, but it kinda really does. With the whole ignoring armor class thing, it is easier to spam that and not get absolutely punished for doing so, like Irradiate. It giving more contamination and dealing less damage is just feels bad because sometimes you just cannot kill something until it or before it gives you yellow contamination, um, and I don't like that. Don't like it one bit. Well, hopefully we won't find more Harpy bands, since they are the only thing that makes me wish I was in Elf instead of being here. I have 12 shields. You know what? I think it's reasonable to go ahead and go back to Earth Magic and Conjurations, so I can cast my Iron Shot with a bit of extra spell power. After all, I do have a reasonable amount of intelligence. Used to have more before equipping that ring, but I cannot afford not to have that ring. It's just like actually a great ring. Getting marked is obviously a really bad thing. I would prefer not to be marked, but there's really not a lot that I can really do about it. And wow, this is actually super bad. Yeah, look at this disgusting situation. Um, I am going to re-teleport, and after I drop from the teleport, I'm gonna drink cancellation, I think, to get rid of the mark. I have 1 heal wounds. Let's make that 0. It's fine. Oh, I drank a flight by accident. Well, that will also be useful for the purposes of running away. I'll cast Swiftness because I don't know where I'm gonna land, so I may need to run for my life, regardless of where I land. I may be able to make it to the stairs. I can also drink haste, my only haste to run to the stairs. Probably I will have to do that. Okay, I'll do it. Ooh, why is that? Why are you here? Jeez, jabs too. So nasty. Butterflies are not gonna do anything against that guy because jabs. But I'm running pretty fast because swiftness plus haste, so I can make it to the stairs. I'm probably gonna be able to make it to the stairs. This is the time for butterflies. Yes, it is. So I can block the melee and block the center warriors. Looking pretty rough. I kind of wanna read blinking, but I think it's just cheaper to use my last fear before using blinking. Okay, this is where I have to do it. Pretty good. Pretty good. I can deal with a harpy if it comes up with me, which it does not. Getting marked is the most messed up thing in shoals. Like marking shoals is so bad because it's difficult to run away and it is so open that you are just like, well, I know it's redundant, but like you're in the open if you get marked in the open, which is a pretty bad thing. Once again, perfect Arc Jolt position. In case you don't know what Arc Jolt is, spell Arc Jolt. Blasts electricity through everything in range and connected to the caster, either by adjacency or via a chain of other creatures. The damage partially bypasses armor. And for a day, it also went through metal walls, and it was amazing. I wish that had been retained, but it very clearly was not meant to be. I will irradiate again. Okay, I will not irradiate again. Ignite poisoned, kill the melee. It didn't kill the melee, that's insane. Okay, I would like to, not die there. I will exclude those stairs. After I escaped, I probably shouldn't have been in those stairs at all. Don't have fear, don't have many things to do. I think that the correct thing to do is 3 now, because I think that I have the damage output to kill them even after using Potion of 3. Um, I kind of want to irradiate again. I'll do it. Oh, it didn't give me yellow. That's free sweet. Was perfectly mentally ready to get yellow contamination. Very nice thing to see that it didn't happen. Regardless, we're not going down those stairs again. Man, when Shoals gets messed up, it gets messed up. I'm starting to think that it is the correct time to go do Elf. Yeah, this is definitely making me wish I was an Elf. So perhaps it is the correct time to abandon the Shoals plan and go to Elf. Yeah, pretty rough. Oh yeah, I cannot cast the spells while engulfed. Yeah, this level is awful. I'll come back to that later. Let's go to Elf. I think that Elf should be significantly easier since I've been just absolutely dumpstering everything that is not resistant to poison. Unfortunately, this place has open area and monsters that are resistant to poison. During the tournament, I had an entrance to the Desolation Assault and I avoided it as as usual. But I forgot that the tournament wants you to go into all portal branches. So like literally the only thing that I didn't enter was the Desolation Assault. I went into everything else. Oh, I got double sapped by Lightning Bolt from this Mancer. That's one resistance that I don't have and I wish I did. So yeah, that was quite a bit of damage. Pretty good rolls. 72 damage. Not only did I get multi-sapped by Lightning Bolt, I also got hit by an archer with a longbow. Those guys, you know how they are. Whenever you need a longbow, they will never have a longbow. They will have short bows. They would even have slings if they could. But whenever you actually don't want to see anything that hurts you for significant amounts of damage, from afar, they will pull out the longbow every time. It's just the nature of deep elf archers. Yeah, I think this character has some really, really good spells for what I need to do elf. Normally, there's a serious issues when it comes to dealing with the dancing weapons here. For some of my characters, but this one doesn't seem to be having such an issue. Arc Jolt? Arc Jolt? No Arc Jolt. It's so disappointing to find a bookshop and not find the spell that I need. Yeah, no Arc Jolt. There's zombie hands, but I got statue form. I will absolutely learn that like right now. I need to forget some things. Ooh, I got Noxious Bog as well. Okay, let's Amnesia some spells. Yeah, let's Amnesia Lightning Bolt. I don't really see myself using that. And even if I really wanted to, I could always relearn it since I have a book with it. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, so let's get Noxious Bog since it's time sensitive. Perhaps train more spell casting so I can learn statue form. That's Amnesia something else. Iron Shot? Like I've been using Iron Shot somewhat, but I can always relearn it later once again, and I could use a Stone Arrow in the meantime. Also, I am not going to use Iron Shot here since it's not really gonna kill things as fast as the Poison Package would. So yeah, forget Iron Shot for now because I will be able to learn it later. I have it right there. and learn statue form, which is not here. No, it is here. Okay. Yeah. So now I can cast the statue form to have 33 armor class and 250 HP alongside resistance to electricity and resistance to negative. This is looking like my form of choice for the end game, for SOT and that kind of thing. Obviously, being a character that can that has Iron Shot, I will or that has to rely on statue form. Sorry, I will most likely not do the entirety of SOT. I will dive as much as possible. That's the game plan usually when I am using statue form for defensive purposes. Yeah, I've always been a fan of using statue form for defensive purposes. But it's like gotten better in the last couple of years, because like for example regen change, regen items giving so much regen per turn makes it so that it is very desirable to have a regen item and like be able to like press a button pretty much and switch to actually having defenses, and then just press the button and switch to having regen for when you're out of fight, when you are in dangerous spots such as extended, or elf, I suppose, since the statue form also gives you very good resistances. Yeah, I love statue form. It's a favorite of mine. When you returned to town this week, your computer had been sitting for over 2 months when you tried to turn it on. The power supply unit shorted out due to so much dust buildup. Jeez, dust buildup. That's insane. Oh, you know what? Actually, it's not so insane. I thought that it had been functioning perfectly fine and then it just kind of like didn't work. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. In fact, that also happens to mine. Those build-up can definitely mess with your power supplies. You replaced the PSU yesterday, you got your first rune yesterday, and your second rune today in 0.29. How have you been feeling attacks of opportunity? Do they interfere with your usual playstyle, or is it something that you barely notice? I've been interested in hearing what you think about them, since your playstyle is so peculiar, and I would even go as far as to call it exotic compared to how most people normally play the game. We have a caravan, so I obviously will be going straight for the caravan, hoping to find Dark Jolt, because Dark Jolt is a spell that I want to use with this character. Okay, let's drop a couple of things. I will most likely never use these two. Yeah, if I need the resistances, I have statue form now. Same goes for these and these. Goodbye Morningstar. I would have liked to use that Morningstar, but it just didn't happen, When the flame can also go away. We're not using that. Silence can go away. Boon can go away. I almost never use Boon. I think it has a time and place. But my playstyle just goes as far as possible to make it so that I don't have to use the scrolls of vulnerability, like in general. I try to not check for willpower whenever possible. It is sometimes usable. I do use them every now and then, but more often than not, I don't. I can probably also drop Circ, and might as well. Alright, drop and never pick up all of those. That frees up a lot of inventory in my, or like a lot of space in my inventory, I mean, to buy a couple of goodies. Yeah, we have haste, that's great. Resistance, heal wounds, almost guaranteed to be buying these, by the way. Pretty much everything here, except for the Potion of Degen. That's a great shop. It's not a high impact shop, but it is a great shop nonetheless. Scroll of Tele, also buying that. I guess I can buy these. Probably not enchant weapon, but enchant armor, I see a world where I might want to have that. Same goes for Scroll of Poison. Pretty respectable Randart, Willpower 3 Intelligence. Just slightly better than a Ring of Willpower. You could even go as far as to call it Ring of the Mage Light. But it is rather underwhelming otherwise, that shop. Same goes for this one. Another distillery. We're buying these. This is kind of pricier than the previous one, I think. And that's it. All right, let's buy the wish list. All of the wish list. Alrighty, I ended up spending a solid amount of money here in consumables. You know, that's money well spent, if not highly impactful. But it is like it's either not gonna do anything or it's gonna be the most impactful thing ever to have or not have a consumable, I think. So I would rather have them. Strength -4. You know, that's not bad. But do I want to nuke my strength and nuke my intelligence for... I want to carry it at least. It looks pretty decent. Looks like a pretty decent item in these. To maybe go do Crypt or so, maybe later. That's a monster that I would not mind using Iron Shot on, let me tell you. Airstrike makes me like I think that Airstrike is not really gonna get the job done versus Mara. Wow, look at my Illusion's Airstrike. 2 dice of 16 to 32. Something makes me think that my Airstrike is worse than that. My Airstrike deals 6 to 22, so it literally deals 10 more damage. No, 20 more damage. On any given roll, it's gonna deal 20 more damage than I. Like in my maximum damage roll, I deal 20 less damage than in the Illusion's maximum roll. That's insane. Well, it's just how it is. The Illusion is not gonna follow me up the stairs, so I feel safe here. You kill Mara, alright. +4 Bamp Demon Blade. Completely useless thing, considering that I have 2 dexterity. But it's fine. You have to change your play because of attacks of opportunity. You have to think ahead more. I see. Yeah, you tend to walk, or you used to walk away from monsters a lot. You might be happy to learn about this, but the attacks of opportunity are gonna get removed in this version. They still haven't gotten removed, but they're not making it past this version at the very least. In my opinion, they should have never made it to a stable version, but it is just how it was. Anyway, this should not be very difficult. I have Poison Magic. What? Wow! Crossover episode. Saint Roca in the Elf Revolt. That's not something that you see very often. Big damage. I'll use yeah, Irradiate. Kind of spooky to be acting so slowly, you know? It's always somewhat spooky to be acting slowly. What's your chance to banish me? 0%. Oh, I have 2 sources of willpower. That's why it's 0%. I have the willpower mutation, and I also have a normal willpower item equipped. Okay, it's so nice. Even leaving that aside, since I am an ogre, I have 2 pips of, or like 4 willpower per level up, sorry. I have 4 willpower for level up by default. Ghostly Saint Roca, that's so cursed. That's so cursed. Let me take a screenshot of that. Ghostly Saint Roca. It's really a sight that you should never see. Ghostly Saint Roca. Oh, regardless, that's pretty messed up because now I cannot use poison magic against Saint Roca. multiplayer two-head Ogre mode where some other player gets to control every other mode. That would be extremely cumbersome to play. um, yeah, this is not good. This is not good at all. Because killing this Ghostly Saint Roca is gonna take me a while. Like, Saint Roca would be significantly more scary if it happened to generate with poison resistance every time. I'm using blinking. I have to use blinking against these. Teleport is too scary to use in this level. Like, it just has a very, very high chance to end in disaster. It is unavoidable because of the nature of Elf 3. There's just so much of the level where if you land in this vault, if you land inside the vault, you immediately have to teleport away, which is obviously a pretty bad thing. And transformation, swiftness, run for my life. Oh, here I'm gonna do like a advanced technique. By closing the door before jumping into this dispersal trap, I pretty much guarantee that it's gonna move me forward. And there it is. Like, it moved me forward one extra tile, which is not really that impactful, but it is something. Was not counting on Saint Roca walking in there, but it is fine. Okay. Ghostly Saint Roca is gonna be complicated to deal with. Ghostly Saint Roca. Especially since I Amnesia at Iron Shot. Iron Shot would be a perfect spell for that, but like, I really was not counting on Ghostly Saint Roca. Like, I don't think anyone could have anticipated or suspected Ghostly Saint Roca. Yeah, wow, what's up with the misses? Insane. Yeah, it's super difficult. I'm getting out damaged pretty hard by Ghostly Saint Roca. I kind of want an immolation. I should. Does that? Oh, it does. I was wondering if it was gonna affect Ghostly Saint Roca or not, since it's a ghost, right? And ghosts are usually immune to inner flame. But it did work. Oh, alright. I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm just gonna know that in the future I can do that versus those monsters. Let's go back to my good old Poisonous Vapors, however. Where is Poisonous Vapors? There it is. Alright, it certainly feels nice to be casting the spell that just kills things in 3 turns. Oh, look at that Quarterstaff, that's a pretty good one. Plus 11. Not something that I particularly care about. Do you have fire resistance or so? Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah, that explains why you haven't died from 2 ignite poisons. Alright, this looks like a massacre. There's another guy with poison resistance, but I have LRD. It's not the only spell that I can use to kill you from afar. Man, I like spellcasters. I really like having the perfect tool for the job every time. Oh, that's a pretty good amulet. I mean, it's not an amulet that I will use with this character, but it is a pretty good amulet. Willpower 5 slaying on an amulet slot. You even compensate. Like, I think that's good enough to compensate for the fact that you would be losing on regen. Pretty decent amulet, indeed. Another guy with... Oh no, I just got a pretty bad roll of Ignite Poison. I was wondering if that guy also had fire resistance, since it seems that everyone has it. Getting rid of the Death Magi before they summon their Lost Soul thing is actually kind of a priority, it seems to me, since the spectral dudes that they summon are difficult to deal with. I think that's enough spellcasting. I think that is more than enough to relearn Iron Shot. I can probably get my 21 fighting now. Also, I can cast Noxious Vogue, right? Yeah, that's gonna be useful for Snake. It's not gonna be that great. It's significantly more powerful in Spider, but in Snake it's also okay. This might be acquirement. Yep. Ignis Respect is not as good as what I have. The money is looking okay. Writings of Transfiguration. I don't care I've heard that Yara's Bionic Unraveling is good, but I really have not felt the need or desire to learn it with pretty much any character. So I'm getting the money here. Yeah, I'm getting the money. The Tower Shield is good, but like Tower Shields are just not good. Like the Tower Shield would be good if Tower Shields as a whole were good, is what I'm trying to say. But since it's not the case, then yeah, very difficult to use a tower shield, especially since I have 2 dexterity. Yeah, kinda difficult to use tower shields with 2 dexterity. Been getting a lot of rings that I don't care about. I'm gonna disable the auto pickup for the rings, so I don't constantly have to drop them and they constantly fill my inventory because that's kind of annoying. Passage of Galubria, Silence. We got Condenser Vein, right? Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. File of Flots, which I already had. The experience evocables don't really do a lot for this character because I don't have a lot of evocations. I tend not to get a lot of evocations on my ogres specifically, since their aptitude for it is bad. Um, yeah, so far I haven't really run out of mana. Like I haven't really had mana issues in any fight. I tend to disengage before that becomes an issue. The 10 mana from the Hat of Pondering combined with the mana regen is probably doing me quite a bit of a favor here. Well, alongside Vehumet. Like, if you think about it, this character has a lot of mana sustain, so we shouldn't really run into mana issues for the entirety of the game. And then if we do, we have 2 potions of mana. Fortunately, I didn't have to spend the one that I started the game with. Um, Yeah, when it comes to the multiplayer two-headed ogre mode, um, the devs have said that they would never implement two-headed ogre that gets to worship 2 gods, but maybe they would implement multiplayer two-headed ogre where there's like a player controls every other move. That sounds so bad. It sounds legit awful to play with. Like, player controlling every other move, and not in terms of like players like being toxic or so. It's more like there's like an inherent delay. Like how many turns I have been playing this for? What's the button? What's the button? Huh? I don't remember the button. Mm, oh yeah, this is the button. Okay, so I've been playing this for 29,000 turns. Imagine if, like, I would have to myself directly do 14,500 actions, and then someone else that I would be playing with would also have to do the same. Which, yeah, like it's a lot of actions, lots of interruption. I don't think it would be that fun. Once again, I find that it is not picking up Tin of Tremor Stones. I wonder why that is. I really have to fix that in my RC file, since dangerous items are very, very useful, and they're all turned off by default, where only a couple of them are ones that I wouldn't really like to use. Um, Maybe it swaps every 100 moves. Maybe that. Um, you may be interested in this thing that the crawl community used to do when I was younger. That was called Diesel Robin. So the way that it worked is was like a relay race with your characters. There were teams of 4, and every person in the team started a character, and then they rotated the characters. Um, and it was like Iron Man. So whenever a character died, you were unable to restart the character. It was like a 1 game per account kind of thing. Like if it has more than 1 game, the account it is obviously like not legit for purposes of the competition. But yeah, it was pretty funny. I played in a couple of those. They were kind of a thing when I was still involved in the community. Unfortunately, that is not really the case anymore. No one has really organized one. Um, I would like to play in one of those, but I don't know if I would like to organize one of those. Hello, are we still in tournament mode? No, we are no longer playing the tournament. Do I have that label in my stream out of curiosity? Because we are no longer playing in the tournament. Yeah, the tournament ended about a week ago. It ended on Sunday 11. It ended on Sunday 11. Yeah, right now we're in 0.20 or 0.30 mode. That's the current crawl version. Mm, just curious because you didn't follow it. All right. Yeah, tournaments last for 2 weeks. They are celebrated to mark the start of a new crawl version, um, or the release of a stable version, to be more precise, and by extension, the starting development of a new trunk version. Anyway, let's go ahead and go back to where we were, which was shows. Let's go back to shows. We don't care about the Desolation Assault. We never did. I kind of want to learn Maxwell's. I mean, I think that if there's a character that can actually make use of Maxwell's, it's gotta be this one, right? Um, After all, it's so tanky, and if I cast a statue form, like how much HP do I have? 260. It's quite a lot for the purposes of tanking until MCC goes off. On the other hand, it's kind of expensive to train for. Yeah, with a -1 skill. I don't think I want to go for such high levels of magic. So I'm gonna say no to MCC, and I'm gonna go ahead and go back to Iron Shot. Um, Forsaking MCC, probably for the rest of the game, but it is fine. What I'll get is 13 of these alongside 13 Earth Magic and Conjurations. Mm, yeah, all at 13. Should I do that right now? I think I can do it right now. I am pretty tanky after all. So we're training all of these to 13. All of that to 13. Mm. I think that I should begin by getting Iron Shot at 13 first. After that, I will train for Noxious Vogue to 13 for a bit of extra spell power and success rate. I mean, the success rate is fine, but the spell power is kind of pitiful for a character with this decent amount of intelligence, you know? All right. I think that we should be able to stand a much better chance versus this level now after the training arc in Elf, killing a lot of elves to gain a lot of experience. And most importantly, a lot of loot too. We did get a lot of loot out of doing Elf. Yeah, I think the monsters dispersed through the level, which makes this whole ordeal significantly easier. I got my Chain Lightning, but I'm not gonna go for it. I wonder, like, I never stopped to think if it was an unorthodox playstyle, the one that I engage in sometimes whenever I play Vehumet, because I do play like the archetypical Vehumet character that just gets the highest level conjuration that it can and just blows things up. And then I have characters like these that its aptitudes kind of constrain it. Like, yeah, there's definitely enough experience for in the game for me to get something along the lines of Chain Lightning, Shatter, or so. But it may not be in my best interest to do such a thing, since it means that I don't get to spend that experience in other things that might be, useful for my character's survival, like other kinds of spells that help me diversify and like have more of a toolkit kind of approach to my character, or just defenses or like, yeah, defenses or HP. Those are things that also cost experience. That if you go straight like towards something like a level 9 spell, especially a level 9 dual school spell, you may not really have access to. With a debuff, that is absolutely not a problem, of course. I think everyone here has seen my debuff runs where I just like, I have Firestorm by before I get a rune, right? Like, that's happened multiple times already. More commonly, however, I do get Firestorm before I have 2 runes. I usually um, have that happen. I cannot really get Firestorm before I have one rune, but I get it before I have two. And then, like, the game becomes very easy. You get overwhelming offense, but I think that's like something special that it's like the deep elf special. Other characters like Ogre cannot really get away with doing such a thing, even with the assistance of Vehumet. Unless they get truly blessed loot, and although I did get truly blessed loot, because at some point I was hovering above 40 intelligence. I kind of didn't want to sacrifice my defenses and resistances for the ability to cast like such high level magic. Because, well, we go back to the same thing that I was talking about at the beginning of this topic of monologue, which is, too much of an expense to get those things. Not a good short bow. I'm gonna leave it on the floor. Yeah, it was. I always check every item that I see, like every artifact, for its viability when it comes to being a sky weapon. You never know when you're gonna find a sky weapon upgrade, after all. But that one was most definitely not the one. This guy has silver jabs, but it was not an issue to deal with it. I knew that the rune was gonna be in there. If you get one of these hots and it has a kraken, it is the one with the rune. Shoal sendings are very nice. I enjoy them since it's like a concentrated fight instead like with choke points and stuff. It's like very fair, but still difficult. You can definitely be overwhelmed by what's inside these houses, right? But on the other hand, you have like snake endings where the monster density is probably higher in levels like these compared to snake, but because of the way that snake delivers the fight to you, it feels so much worse. Not because it may be difficult, but because it is like just straight up tedious to have to deal with so many monsters at the same time. There's no way your very limited resources are enough for an unlimited fight like that, pretty much, is what I'm thinking. That was a lot of damage, but that's to be expected, since after all, I do not have good defenses. The only defense that I have is HP, which is a pretty decent defense. Usually gets the job done, but the more and more you progress through the game, the weaker and weaker HP alone gets. Of course, HP combined with the other two ways of defending yourself, defenses and resistances, is what truly makes a robust character. But we only have access to two out of those three. The best characters have access to all three of those. I'll cast Swiftness to run away from this Crystal Guardian. Running into a Yoctor Captain, not the best thing ever. I think that I'm gonna continue running towards it, go around it, and then just cast LRD on that guy. Poisonous Vapors, Ignite Poison. I like Poisonous Vapors. Like, Poisonous Vapors has to be one of the best spells for the Quiver, because it just kills things in such a good way. Hits everything on the screen, has it doesn't check defenses, or well, it checks fire resistance and poison resistance, but it only checks those. Very few things in the game, the more the game progresses, have access to those two specific resistances. It's just such a good spell. It kills so many things. I am a big fan. Anyway, let's go back to what I was training, or what I was about to train: poison and transmutations for Noxious Bog. The third one with this character is going to be it's going to be Slime. I think it's pretty obvious that the third rune is going to be Slime. It is the correct one for this character. Since I have Noxious Bog, every character that has access to Noxious Bog should consider doing Slime as the third rune. It also works in bolts, but I think it is a much more powerful thing to do and have for Slime. Man, these Dire Elephants are not dying from a single cast of that. It's pretty crazy how robust they are. Some of the most robust monsters in the game. But that's pretty much all they do. They are robust and they hit kinda hard. Noxious Bog. Pretty pitiful amount of Noxious Bog that we get, but it serves the role. It serves the function that I needed it to. Lets me poison these guys. Oh, by the way, these guys actually, yeah. Okay, this is fine, I think. Oh, I thought that I was gonna have more issues dealing with that guy, but it went well. Sometimes maneuvering the monsters such that they are affected by Noxious Bog in such an awkward position is interesting. It can be kind of complicated sometimes. Okay, Noxious Bog time. Iron Shot. Huh. Getting some pretty weak rolls of Iron Shot versus this guy. Alrighty, not bad at all. When they are surrounding me, I am significantly less afraid. I think that the correct thing to do versus Yoctor captains pretty much always, or well, I guess I say Yoctor captains, but I mean like Yoctor bands as a whole. The correct thing to do is to let them surround you so they don't shoot at you. Their melee attack is significantly weaker. This is coming from a character that has these completely awful resistances. Whenever they are surrounding me, I very rarely need the or feel the desire or need to buff myself with statue form. I am glad that I have access to such a thing, since it's still a pretty useful tool to have. Press button to gain defenses, kind of thing. But I don't need to do it against every monster, at least not for now. Maybe later it will be the case. I hope that it is not. At the very least, I will need to do it against monsters such as the Thunderhooks. Thunderhooks are kinda complicated to deal with for these characters, since I still do not have the resistance to electricity. Yep, talking about Thunderhooks. But it's just safest thing to do to statue form versus Thunderhooks. For other monsters, I value the extra actions that I get if I'm not in statue form. It might also be a good thing to do versus Yak bands, since after all, they do take quite a bit of actions. Once I get rid of the captain, however, I am not so intimidated by them. They still kind of hurt. They actually hurt quite a bit. That's just the nature of Yoctors when you don't have good defenses. You have a halberd. Let's try to hurt the Yoctors on the back row first. Scarf of Repulsion, pretty great item. What am I using? +0 cloak, easy upgrade. It is net negative in terms of armor class, but the repulsion property should hopefully be of great use when it comes to dealing with these Yoctors. And you know, I've already run into so many issues with Yoctors that anything that the game provides me with that helps me deal with them is quite good. So yeah, running around in bolts with 9 armor class. The Ogre Classic. I often win Ogres that have these defenses for the entirety of the game, especially my spellcaster Ogres. With Trolls, which I haven't really played a lot of Troll since pretty much the monster weapon attack delay changes in 0.27. But when I played more Ogres, my Ogres used to run around with defenses like these for quite a while until they got to their gold scales, at which point they kind of became absolute juggernauts, often not killed by anything. except for Dread Liches that get lucky with maximum duration paralysis rolls and kill me from full HP in SOT 5. But yeah, that fortunately hasn't happened in quite a while because I haven't really been playing a lot of trolls. But for ogres, these defenses are okay, perfectly okay. As long as you have the versatility to, deal with it, with having these defenses. I think that I should just enchant these. Yeah, I'm just gonna enchant the troll letter. After all, like, I think that I will stick with the troll letter for the rest of the game. Fortunately, I do not need my body armor slot for the purpose of resistances. This ring was a game changer. Going into that ice cave with only 1 pip of fire resistance was a game changer because it got me to this ring, and that ring will be a major component in me winning the game. Yeah, and the best part about it is that it is so obscure. You don't really notice that kind of thing unless you're truly paying attention. But once you have a couple of wins under your belt, you start to realize that, like, if this character doesn't have resistances, it's gonna have such a rough time later in the game. It is not necessarily unwinnable, but it does certainly increase the intensity by which your mistakes are punished. And yeah, if it's between losing 60% of your HP or losing, I don't know, 20 or 30 HP at a point where you have like 200, of course I would prefer to be subjected to the latter whenever possible. Something funny about liches is that the description for lich calls them skeletal, but you cannot directly LRD them, so they're clearly not skeletons, which is funny. I don't know how that works, but it works like that for sure. Liches get stitches. Liches get explosions of stone walls to the face. Trying to kill this guy. I'm not afraid of paralysis or petrify. Liches get petrify. Inseed liches get petrify. Not afraid of that. Also not afraid of the Sphinx, but I'm afraid of the crystal spears. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. I may have a ton of HP because I'm an ogre, but still. Crystal spear still deals big boy damage. By the way, another excellent position to cast Arc Jolt on, if I had one. Hopefully it comes my way sometime soon. Marjorie Band? Hell Knight is an interesting thing to see. Also, like, very clearly, I'm walking into some kind of messed up bolt. Ancient Liches are not part of the normal level generation here, and yeah, those guys were guarding this loot for me. I have already identified all that there is to identify. Let me pick up that immolation. Ruined Kite Shield. It is not a particularly special Kite Shield, and so it shall be left on the floor where it belongs. Okay, level 21. As I said, I am considering leveling up dexterity because with 2 dexterity, it is very, very feasible to be stuck in a position where I just get killed by losing all my dexterity in like a fight against a ghost mod in SOT. So I think I'm just gonna level up dexterity here. I wish I could level up intelligence, of course, but it doesn't really seem to be a possibility. One of these sentinels must have poison resistance. Oh, never mind. Alrighty, easy peasy, nothing to see here. Man, this is a strong character. I like having characters like these ones. Yeah, I like actually having the tools to deal with the situation that I am presented. Oh, this guy has poison resistance as well, but I have Iron Shot. Beautiful. Yoctor Captain. But it is alone, so I can actually outdamage it. I've been thinking about drinking Potion of Mutation, but the Willpower Mutation is like really, really good. It's one of the best mutations that exist in the game, in my opinion. It is up there with robust in terms of like sheer usefulness. So I don't wanna just like get rid of it. Okay, goodbye Warlord. There we go. Convoker, goodbye Convoker. Yactor Captain, but it's alone. I think the Scarf of Repulsion has like a very significant impact on my character. Like I think it's super noticeable because before even a single Yactor Captain was like halving my HP by itself, let alone it's supported by other dudes. But now I am actually able to outdamage them. Like they actually hit me once or twice, but it's fine. However, when presented with a band, I will go for statue form because I think it's the safest thing to do. Alrighty, Wislav, which I will obviously go to, because at this point this Wislav is more free loot than anything. Let's see what kind of bolt we get from the Wislav, or like what kind of Wislav entrance we get. Wislav entrance bolts are some of the prettiest in the game. They use very unorthodox colors for crawl, like colors that are very specifically reserved for the truly special parts of the game, such as SOT or, in this case, Wislab entrances. If you were to try to submit a bolt that uses very exotic colors, there's a very good chance that it would get rejected on the basis that it is like using those colors, and those colors are truly meant to be special when you encounter them in game. So I like that quite a lot about Wislav entrance bolts. I hope that it is one of the prettier ones. My favorite is definitely the one with purple water. It is not purple water in tiles, but in console it is purple water. Wizard Ike, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How did the crawling go today? I hope that you had a good time with crawl. I've been having a good time with crawl for a while. I think I just needed a break from it. This is not my favorite. Yeah, it's definitely not my favorite. I think that the tile for stone it looks interesting. I prefer much more how it looks like in console, but it is not one of my favorite bolts. As I mentioned, my favorite one is the one with the purple water. Playing an Ogre caster of Vehumet, of course, playing an Ogre caster of Vehumet. I decided to go for it because I wanted Arc Jolt, and I did get Arc Jolt from Vehumet, but I didn't learn it in time, and I lost it, and I was so sad. I almost quit when I realized that I had lost it, and I haven't found it. So yeah, we are just running around with our Arc Jolt. But fortunately, like I have some pretty good spells. I have my comfort spells. The Poison Package, LRD, Iron Shot, Statue Form, Irradiate. I am not like lacking in ways of killing things, fortunately. Let me put Iron Shot or Stone Arrow on the quiver. Let's go for Iron Shot. Let's be bold. Hello, Star Polemic. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Crawling was good. You managed to win a Paletonga fighter of Okawaru. This is a good character for statue form. It absolutely is. My resistances are not body armor dependent, and body armor is the only thing that gets melted when I cast a statue form. Normally it would also melt gloves and boots, but being an ogre I don't really get access to those. My resistances come from my ring, my hat, and my ring, my hat, my shield, my scarf, I guess. Pretty much everything that doesn't get melted, so it is great to have statue form with this character. Pretty good. Okay, that's a preview of Snake. I have Snake and I haven't gone there. You know how it is. I like to get my first rune from a rune branch and then go to vaults, which I've heard that it's like well, I've not heard, but it is obvious to me that it is a rather unorthodox way to approach the game, but that's how I like it. I really prefer doing bolts way more than doing lair branches. I don't like lair branches one bit. They're some of my least favorite parts of the game. I guess I'll pick up Maxwell's Thermic Engine. I was gonna leave it in the floor, but it's a rare enough item that it is worth to, carry around because it's pretty. Mm, but I am absolutely not gonna use it, obviously. I don't really have the dexterity to be able to do such a thing. Mm, Alright. Nice sword. Yeah, pretty good sword. Pretty good sword, Maxwell's Thermic Engine. I feel like people may be misled by the +2, but it just like ramps up pretty hard. Mm, by the way, shouts to getting hit for 60 just because I was not in statue form. Those guys are super messed up. The Thunderhook guys. I got statue form almost entirely, so I could use it versus the Thunderhook guys. Okay, LRD. Irradiate, Iron Shot. Man, I like this character. I really enjoy this character and what it represents, like the playstyle that this character allows me to engage in. By the way, what's the Poisonous Vapors button? Yeah, I was wondering because Poisonous Vapors is pretty good versus the Thunderhooks. It's actually what I've been having on the quiver pretty much since I got access to it. I got Ignite Poison very, very early in the game, and then Vehumet gave me Poisonous Vapors, and then I got Toxic Radiance from a book. And, the rest is history. What else do I have to say? I got the Poison package. Giant's Bane. If the Strength +4 was Intelligence +4, it would be an item good enough for me to use, but unfortunately it is very close but not quite what I need. I'll leave it alone. Some characters have a very difficult time doing this part of the game, or like this specific Wizlav, but not this one. This one didn't really have an issue at all. Scimitar of Chaos, Plate of Ponderousness, and we're done. Sometimes this bolt places angels. I've seen angels here before, but this time it didn't place any angels. Didn't really get a lot from it, or anything. Did I get anything? I mean, other than Maxwell's Thermic Engine, I mean. But no, I don't think so. Let's check real quick before leaving. Nothing that I really want to carry around in the floor, just a bunch of weapons. Yep, we are going to get out then. Kinda disappointing, but it is perfectly fine. My defenses are absolutely garbage without statue form. That is correct. But then again, I am an ogre. That's kind of the status quo for ogres. Yeah, like if you want to have good defenses, you are not to play an ogre. It's just how it is. Or not to play an ogre spellcaster, to be more precise, because an ogre that's not a spellcaster can absolutely walk around with some big boy defenses once it finds pretty much any kind of dragon armor. But yeah, I don't need any more defenses. I've won ogres with defenses like these many times, and with the way that this is going, this one will be one more to add to the list of ogres that I win with defenses that are admittedly pretty awful, but it is perfectly fine. Just ogre things. Par for the curse. What would you recommend for a kobold? Brigand of Wujian. Wujian specifically is very important because it is, in my opinion, the strongest god that you can go for the purposes of playing a kobold. A Kobold of Wujian is the only way that you will find me enjoying any sort of stabby, stealthy playstyle, because it not only enables that playstyle super well, but it also gives you enough power to be able to do something when the playstyle inevitably fails. Not to mention that that if you don't mind the little expenditure of piety, you can guarantee stabs using Serpent Slash. Like the moment that a monster enters your line of sight, if it's asleep, you use Serpent Slash and position yourself for a launch stab, which does work, by the way. Launch stabbing works. And yeah, it's just as simple as that. This might be Unseen Horror. No, it's not an Unseen Horror. It's Shadow Wraith. But yeah, that's what I would recommend for Kobold. In fact, I don't enjoy Kobolds that much, but I particularly enjoy playing Kobold like that. Best god for Kobold by a mile. I wouldn't try anything else that is not Wujian. E. Okay, we're done with Bolts 4, so that means Bolts is done. Unfortunately, I have to go do Snake. I guess I could do Slime. I am going to do Slime because I legit think that Slime is gonna be faster and easier than doing this. But I need Resistance to Corrosion. I don't think I have that. Yeah, okay, I'll not do that unless I get Resistance to Corrosion. There's a ring right there. I have to buy it, but I have enough money. At least I have a source of it. I should be grateful that there is a source of it. I can lose all these resistances. I can lose the big boy resistances for a bit because I don't think I'll need those for the purposes of Slime. Kobold Earth Elementalist? Makes sense. Whenever something enters your line of sight, it's immediately gonna be in range of Stone Arrow, so that also sounds pretty good, but I wouldn't go for that. As I mentioned, I would say that the ultimate Kobold is Kobold Brigand of Wujian. Pretty much any big dexterity Kobold of Wujian is gonna be a good Kobold in my opinion. I think Iron Shot is a more suitable spell to put on the quiver for this hellish escape, or hellish landscape, to be more precise. Yep. Noxious Bog is the king of slime. Like, Noxious Bog absolutely nukes a slime and its denizens. It is such a strong spell. Especially to be combined with poison or with ignite poison, as I have been doing for pretty much the entirety of the game. Oh, by the way, Quicksilver Usos could be extremely, extremely bad for this character, since I don't have a good way to kill them if I am to be engulfed. They're also fast, I'm slow because I'm using the Hat of Pondering, so I need to be extra careful with those, and that's something that I hadn't really thought about. Alright, I got shafted. This is okay, I'm not next to Quicksilver Us anyway. Just gonna set down my Noxious Bogu. I'm gonna go for Ignite or for Toxic Radiance, since these guys are not poison resistant, but they fly, so Noxious Bogu wouldn't really do anything to them. Yep, going very, very well, going wonderfully, in fact. Acid Blob is getting pretty hurt. Acid Blob is dead. Ignite Poison to get rid of mostly everyone. There we go. All right, pretty good. Pretty good. Haven't had to statue form even once. That's the kind of damage that I'm handling here. That I don't need to statue form when dealing with acid blobs and stuff. Okay, I would like to go back to that part of the level. I think that's an important thing to do because otherwise I will not know how to go back up, and I want to know how to go back up. Ah, beautiful. Extremely useful set of stairs. I don't need to take these actually, since I know the ones that will take me to the exit. Oh, LRD gets rid of rock slimes like it's nothing. Yes, I mentioned this character has a pretty good spell set. It has such good variety of spells. Yeah, pretty good toolkit. Pretty good toolbox. Yeah, that's what I meant. Toolbox. Pretty good toolbox. Hello, Royal Jelly. I would like to fight you, but I'm not at full mana. Let me rest to full HP, read a teleport, go downstairs. Your surroundings seem slightly different. Not different enough, unfortunately. I'm still next to the Royal Jelly. 2% chance to miscast Blink, 68% power, 0 translocations. Might as well take advantage of it. I still want to not fight the Royal Jelly immediately. Would like to have the Royal Jelly be at full screen range, but I will give it a try. It shouldn't be the end of the world. I can just constantly blink away. Iron Shot. Iron Shot again. It misses. It misses. Unfortunate. Noxious Bogu. Ignite Poison. Wait one turn. Ignite Poison. That kills the Royal Jelly. I got a ton of experience there. Got me to 21 fighting. Do I train more shields? What do I want to train anyway? I guess evocations, just a teeny tiny bit of evocations. Haven't run into mana issues a single time with this character, which is extremely good. I just have way too much mana, like the size of my mana bar, I mean. It's like I have a lot of it. I have Vehumet, which is giving me a lot of mana on kills, and I have mana regen. So like the combination of those three things makes it so that I don't really need to have a backup plan, but it's still a wise thing to do to train a bit of evocations. I'm not gonna train lots. I'm gonna train it to 8. That should be more than enough to kill things. In the extremely rare occasion that I do have to kill things with something that's not mana. Shield to 12 seems right for a kite shield. Yeah, unfortunately, the magic numbers for shields are no more. All that I care about is it not interfering with my success rates, and yeah, I'm not really having issues with my success rates. By the way, a very good way to run into issues with your mana is having Iron Shot on the quiver and using Iron Shot in situations where you obviously should be using Noxious Bog. So I'm gonna start using Noxious Bog a lot more and Iron Shot a lot less for the remainder of this slime venture. As I said, much easier, much faster than Snake. I don't like the state of mid-game branches like Snake and well, the S branches except for Slime. You know what I mean. Macabre Finger. Is Macabre Finger better than it is not better than Mana Regen? I can tell you that already. It is not better than Mana Regen. If there was a ring that gave Mana Regen, I would be interested, but there is no such thing in this game. By extension, I'm not gonna be getting that. Just got Mystic Blast. It's an interesting spell, worth considering, I think, but do I really need it with this character? I'm gonna lean towards no. I'm gonna say that I won't need it. Alrighty. Yeah, I gotta be careful with those Quicksilver Usos. Definitely the most dangerous monster in Slime for this specific character. Not that it is a big deal since I've already killed the Royal Jelly, and by extension, there's very low chances that I stumble onto another one, but still. Before I leave, let's take a look at what we're leaving behind. Not a lot of loot that I care about. Yeah, we are going to be getting out of here now. Yep, let's go do Snake. I guess I have Iron Shot now. Snake shouldn't be so bad, but it can still be pretty bad. It's just like maybe the things that the mid game presents you with are like things that I have serious issues as a player with, like the monster spam, awkward placements. Monsters that hit you with resistances that you don't really have access to, or like with damage types that you don't have the resistance to, that kind of thing. I feel like those things make the mid game a significant increase in difficulty. But this is a character that already got 2 runes, right? Like I did Slime before doing this. Slime was super easy, by the way. There were no issues whatsoever in Slime, so if there's even a single bad situation here, we'll know that that Snake was straight up more difficult than Slime for this character. I have Iron Shot on the quiver since many denizens of this hellish place are resistant to poison, so Poisonous Vapors is not gonna get the job done here. In fact, for the remainder of the game, Poisonous Vapors will still shine, but by the time you enter Extended or you decide to go Extended, that's where the Poison package takes a very sharp and drastic dive into uselessness. Yeah, but it is perfectly reasonable. They're like relatively low-level spells and stuff. Having them be MVPs in Extended when they are already MVPs in the rest of a normal 3-room game would be absolutely insane, right? Anyway, Snake 1 was easy. No complications there. By the way, turn count 41,000 turns. As I mentioned earlier, due to my regen plus mana regen, I didn't think that I was going to be resting a lot. I don't know if I'm particularly going fast. This guy has Bolt of Poison hits you, 67 damage. Oh, I don't have poison resistance. Better give myself that. Yeah. Might be in my best interest to have that. Look at the mana regen. The mana regen is actually kinda ridiculously good. Let me put some poison resistance on. I don't need resistance to corrosion. In fact, I can probably drop that. But yeah, it is important for me to have set resistance for the rest of the game. That ring will be with me for the rest of the game, pretty much. Poisonous Vapors, Ignite Poison. Goodbye. Shock Serpent. Shock Serpents are kinda bad, but not that much. They're not impossible to deal with. Okay, looking pretty good. Yeah, I like that Snake has been such an easy endeavor. I did Elf before doing a Lure Branch, and or before getting my first run anyway. I did go into the Lure Branch, and then when I started to wish I was not in the Lure Branch, I went to Elf, and that worked quite well for me. And now we are going to be getting a bit of shields. Let's get it to 15. Just to try to get a little bit of extra shield stat, though with my pitiful 4 dexterity, there's not much hope for that. I certainly miss the days of certainly miss the days of a magic number on shields. Finally found Dark Jolt. I could have used that for so much more of the game. I would have used it in Elf, I would have used it in Bolts, I would have used it in Slime, but unfortunately I didn't learn it, so now I only get to use it in Depths, where it's not going to shine as brightly. I have access to Lightning Bolt, I didn't really care to learn Lightning Bolt. Arc Jolt, on the other hand, is going to be a pretty funny spell to use. I like the fact that it just destroys bands as well as it does. It's a great spell in my opinion. Yeah, and the character is actually in a pretty good spot in general, apart from, its pitiful defenses, but it is to be expected from an Ogre. Everything else about the character is fantastic. Yeah, and because everything else about the character is fantastic, I'm winning these fights without really taking a lot of damage despite my defenses. And who knows, maybe there's been some situations where I've taken like 40, 50 damage, but I don't really notice since I have 252 HP is what I'm saying here. Ogre things, beautiful. I have to say that for this version, I recommend Ogre Air Elementalist. The one that starts with Shock. Air Elementalist, not Earth Elementalist. Is it just me, or those two things are way too similar? Like, it's very easy to confuse them. Air Elementalist and Earth Elementalist. It may just be my my pronunciation, but anyway. Another Antique Armor Boutique, and it has nothing. Well, it has a couple of Randards. It has one Randard, but it has oddly large amounts of plain gear. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it is very underwhelming to find a shop and have it have so much like actual trash. I call it trash because it is items that you're not going to get to this point in the game without having seen those items, is what I'm trying to say. It would be cool if shops had like way less items, but they were way more interesting items, because like just get rid of the ropes and get rid of the chain mails and the scale mails and the leather armors, like the plain items. Get rid of those, is what I'm trying to say. Decent amulet, bad base type. It's completely rendered useless by the -4 dexterity. The ice scales, interesting. Strength +9 is pretty alluring. Probably an item that I would be very, very happy to have as a Jin, since it gives regen and its ice scales. Not to mention the 9 strength, so I would not have any issues equipping it. But yep, let's get the money, because everything else is kinda not for my character. Not necessarily bad items, but really, really not the kind of item that I need with this character. We enter Snake 4, we immediately see an ambush that we should be able to easily deal with Noxious Bogu. An Iron Shot. Yep. Strong character is strong. Gonna drink a potion of attraction, of which I have 14 of. I was saving them exactly for this specific situation, apparently. First potions of attraction that I drink in the game. There were some situations earlier where I kind of felt like I wanted to drink potion of attraction, but I decided to go against my original judgment and not drink them, because there's been situations recently where I drink attraction and that directly leads to me dying. And I didn't really want to have that happen in those situations where I was thinking of drinking attraction. Didn't even mention it, but that's exactly the thought process that went through my head. By the way, I think that the Guardian Serpent is getting kind of nasty, but it is not an issue. I have Noxious Bog, and they were super poisoned because of the Noxious Bog. It's a pretty good spell. This bolt has killed me in the past, but I don't think it's gonna kill me today. Yeah, it would be much easier if I had access to Noxious Bog. Alright, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. There we go. Lost a ton of HP from that, but it's fine, because even though I lost like 100 HP, I still had more than 2/3 of my HP. Just like perks of being an Ogre. How did you have so many issues winning Ogre, Star Polemic? I don't know. Then again, it might be like a thing where Ogre just doesn't synergize very well with your personal playstyle, just as Hexes and Stealth and Allies don't. Like, they completely go opposite to what I normally want to do when I start a crawl character. So that's why I have so many issues with them. Gonna drink Brilliance here, because I think that due to the very large amount of monsters that I'm gonna be fighting, I might run out of mana, so Brilliance would certainly serve quite the good purpose here. Yeah, there we go. Brilliance is actually netting me mana back because of the whole yeah, the whole mana on kills plus Brilliance halved mana cost. Yeah, like I'm never gonna run out of mana. Man, this has been a pretty pleasant character. I'm glad that I just happened to get one or two good things in the early game, and then it all snowballed until the point where I could get the ring of the resistances in the mid game, and that just like carried me to this point. And then statue form too. By the way, there was a situation in there where Arc Jolt was amazing for that situation, and I didn't use it because I've not had it, and by extension, I'm not like used to this new shiny tool that I got for my kit. I don't really know what to train for. Spellcasting? Do we win with 27 of that? I think so. Let's try 26.9 fighting and then 27 spellcasting. We're gonna get to that very quickly. Um, all that's left for me to do is to go do depths and then SOT and then win the game and then press Arc Jolt. The Arc Jolt button is going to be J. Needs to go to my RC file to change that. 2 casts got rid of everything that the Guardian Serpent was surrounding me with. I think Arc Jolt is a very worthy spell to kinda replace Irradiate with. Irradiate is at its best when you're being surrounded by multiple monsters. Arc Jolt can kinda serve that purpose as well. Pretty okay Trident, pretty decent sky weapon. Not better for my character than what I have. A normal, non-timed Bazaar, that's a pretty good thing since I have a ton of money. I'm gonna drop my potions and go in. Consumables, I'll buy everything. Except for the degen, of course. Nothing there, nothing there. And blinking, I'll immediately buy that. Yep, I'll buy those 3. Don't need the scroll of poison. Teleport, mutation, as I said. There we go. Let's go back to those consumables earlier. I've gotten 2 bazaars with this character, which is kind of surprising. It's not something that happens very frequently, but I got 2 bazaars, and none of them had like a big item. They had small things that I am definitely, you know, fond of, consumables, but no like big, like not even like a book that had Arc Jolt. Yeah, funnily enough, no books that had Arc Jolt in these 2 bazaars. But they were respectable bazaars. I've had much worse ones. If you go into a bazaar and you buy something, it's automatically a good bazaar. It's just not a great bazaar. But I would rather have good bazaars than bad bazaars where I go in and all the shops are garbage. Anyway, I was about to skip Snake. I'm glad that I didn't, since that allowed me to go into that non-temporary bazaar and buy everything. Also, I'm glad that I delayed going into Snake so I had more money for the bazaar. Now, I can do Bolts 5 or I can do Depths. I think that I will go do Bolts 5. With my character's kit, I think that I am perfectly capable of doing Bolts 5. I have had Hat of Pondering equipped for pretty much the entirety of the game since I took it off Gastronok, and it's not been a concern. It's really not been an issue. Oh, wow, look at this. I went into Bolts 5 through a hatch, and look at where it placed me. That's a pretty funny placement. I'm in statue form, so I'm just gonna sit here and fight everything. Arc Jolt, Arc Jolt. Oh, I should probably also use Noxious Bog. Yeah, Noxious Bog plus Arc Jolt. Miss the times where it used to go through walls. Yeah, it going through walls would be so good here, but it unfortunately doesn't work like that anymore. I'm starting to get to the point where I think that it would probably be for the best if I re-teleport. I was never gonna stay here. But I figured that I was gonna be able to kill everyone with Arc Jolt, and I'm glad to see that it was very much the case. I won't use LRD. I will go for Iron Shot versus this Iron Dragon. Poison the Sphinx, or I guess yeah, I can use the Static Discharge the Sphinx, or Iron Shot the Sphinx. I got teleported to one of the best parts of the level. The corners are the safest spot in Bolt 5. I generally don't do Bolts 5, but I feel like this character is strong enough that it can do it without much complication. Since I am in the corner, I can go for a little bit of LRD. Like, I don't mind making some noise here. Arc Jolt. I should probably train more air magic, so Arcjolt deals more damage. I should probably do that instead of training fighting. Instead of training fighting, yeah, let's do that. Let's go for like 15 air magic. At the very least, I'll get 13, since 13 air magic, 13 conjurations. Okay, I have resistance to electricity, so the Annihilator is not as much of an issue. Let's switch back to Poisonous Vapors for the Quiver. It's pretty good for this place. Don't care about Zombie Hands. +6 Morningstar of Venom, interesting. It's a bit too late in the game for that, but I did get one of those very early in the game, and if I had decided to use it, it would have been pretty good, I'm pretty sure. But I didn't use it. No regrets in that regard. The game just happened to give me all that I needed to engage in my preferred playstyle this time, and for that I am grateful. It's the kind of character that I am always very happy to have. Okay, this glowing shapeshifter is getting pretty annoying. You like to complete depths 1 through 4 in Vestibule of Hell before Bolts 5 or Slime. You find that route gives you the most experience before Bolts 5. Even Vestibule of Hell, like, that's an interesting one. I generally don't do it. There was a brief period of time before Attacks of Opportunity were a thing, where I was doing it pretty much every game for the experience, but I stopped doing that. Or like before Monster Weapon Attack Delay changes, actually. I didn't really like by the time Attacks of Opportunity were I think I was already not doing the Vestibule of Hell in my 3 rune runs. Lots of Wardens here. Pretty spooky. Been losing quite a bit of HP. I think that I'm gonna re-teleport. This seems to not be going in my favor. Yeah, pretty good teleport. Put me in a very safe spot. I still have to deal with that Quicksilver Dragon, most likely. By the way, I have stealth. I don't know why, but I have stealth, and it's been somewhat useful. Yeah, for the purpose of surviving this Quicksilver Dragon for a bit. Kinda pressed a bit too many buttons there. It was fine. Yeah, the game says that I'm too injured to fight recklessly with 80 HP. It is still perfectly enough to kill that guy without really a lot of complications. Yeah, look at these guys. They're hitting me, but they're dealing like 1 or 2 damage in statue form. This is great. I love this character. I wish all characters could be like this one. That's an easy kill. There we go. Iron Shot gets the job done. On statue form to regen, by the way, so I have access to the leather armor, the troll leather. Dread Lich. I'm gonna go ahead and Iron, or like Airstrike until I have access to Iron Shot. It tried to hex me. It's not going to succeed. I have 4 pips of willpower. I think with 4 pips of willpower, it has a 1% chance, 0% chance to paralyze. That's a beautiful sight to see. Having access to 2 sources of willpower, being a 4 willpower per level up species, is just like, it's not overkill. It just sets even the highest hexers in the game at 0% chance to hex you. Which is amazing, of course. It is definitely not overkill, since 1% chance to hex is still 1% chance to hex, 1% chance for you to die in a situation where you absolutely shouldn't have died. 0% makes it so that such a thing straight up cannot happen, which I enjoy quite a bit. So yeah, Railbird, regarding your gaining of experience before doing Bolt 5, I find that if I need to go out of my way to gain more experience before doing Bolt 5, I would often just like not do it at all. But that's just me. There's multiple third runes that you can get in this game. There's a Beast, there's a Slime, there's Bolts 5. For the especially bold characters, there is Tomb. You can even get a third rune from Hell or Pandemonium, but it's not something that I would recommend personally. Needed water there. my throat was kind of giving out for a second. Feels slightly better. It's not gonna feel that much better until I stop streaming and I can remain quiet for the rest of the day. You know, on a day-to-day basis, I don't really speak much. It is only when I go into stream that I truly start speaking like crazy, pretty much non-stop for 3 or 4 hours. Usually that ends with me having a sore throat by the end. It kind of feels like as if you had a cold, but I know that I don't have a cold because I don't have the other symptoms. I just have a sore throat, and then I sleep, and by the next day everything is fine. This guy has poison resistance. You can even get your third room from Tomb if you're insane. That's exactly what I was talking about. I tried to do that with a Jin once, and it was going well, but I played that very poorly, and I ended up dying. I feel like if I had played it correctly and I hadn't been so conservative with my scrolls of blinking, I would have been able to do it because the Jin had like really strong spell set. I think it had multiple level 9s. Oh man, this guy turned into a short strike. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Why is it not weak to fire? In my opinion, it should be weak to fire. Turned into an iron troll, that's much easier to kill. It's eating all my mana to kill this shapeshifter. It just is. Shapeshifters are the kings of endurance, since unfortunately they regen to full HP whenever they shapeshift. That's a shapeshifter, I think. Oh, it was not. It was a random unrelated necromancer that just happened to get unlucky and be there while I was fighting the Annihilator. Iron shot. Yep. Man, this is such a strong character. Am I getting all those characters that I just straight up didn't get in 0.29? Because 0.29 was like every character was straight up suffering. It was lacking multiple things. All of my 0.29 characters were like not good. I'm talking about the trunk version. In the tournament, I had some good characters, and in this 0.30 trunk, I'm also having some pretty decent characters. The ones that I have won, and even ones that I have not won, have been what I would absolutely classify as good characters. So yeah, I'm glad that Kroll has decided to be good to me again. I wonder what happened. Like if it was something regarding the way that I look at the game, or if I just needed to take a break, or what happened. Anyway, I do have to say something related to what I was saying before. I didn't stream yesterday not only because it was like Mexican Independence Day. So yeah, it's not Cinco de Mayo, in case you were under that wrong assumption. It's absolutely not Cinco de Mayo. It was yesterday. So I didn't feel like streaming, partially because of that, but also because I just didn't feel like playing Crawl. And I kind of think that if I don't feel like playing Crawl, it is probably for the best that I don't play Crawl, because I'm not gonna be enjoying it as much as I normally do. Like for example, with this character, it is probably I'm having a blast with this character because it has like good items, right, and good stuff. But I'm also having a blast because I wanted to play Crawl. So yeah. It also has been a pretty fast character. I tend to enjoy, like, the faster that my character can go, the more likely I am to enjoy it. Spriggan's Knife. I think that item gives you like staffs. I don't know how it works. Let's read it because it's one of the renders that I know the least about. It is more effective when stabbing unaware enemies, sometimes treating them as though they were completely helpless. That's what I thought. It kind of grades your confusion or unaware stabs into big boy stabs. So those deal more damage. In case you didn't know, stabs are different. Like if you stab a paralyzed enemy, it can deal, or it will deal more damage than if you were stabbing an enemy that's confused or distracted or that cannot see you because you're invisible. And yes, Brigand's Knife apparently gets access to upgrading those stabs into the highest level of staff that deals the most damage. 3 death Kobold later, you now hate Wujian? Seriously? Why or how? Should I play a Wujian character myself? Just to exemplify it, because like I really like Wujian. Wujian is one of my favorite gods. Specifically, Serpent Slash. Serpent Slash is a really, really strong ability, and Wujian like gives you access to reliable stabbing. You are immune to attacks of opportunity while you're fighting, while you're repositioning. Like, it is different. It is certainly very, very different compared to your normal Okawaru tab experience. But I like it. I like it. I consider it to be very strong. I find it interesting that you don't like Wujian. You have to go for now. You'll watch the rest of the video on demand. Alright, don't worry about it. You won't be missing a lot. I hope you have a nice rest of your night. And yeah, we will be finishing this character, this stream, one way or another. But the way that this is going is like almost guaranteed to be ending in a win. It is never guaranteed with Crawl, but I don't anticipate this going poorly. The other kobolds died before finding an altar. I feel like there's some message missing there. The other kobolds died before finding an altar. I assume that one of your kobolds died before you could find, or before you got Serpent Slash, and the other kobolds died before you could get an altar. And it sounds more like a kobold issue than a Wujian issue. And yeah, like kobold at the end of the day is a low HP species, so it is understandable that you're gonna lose some in the way. At least it gets access to all inventory slots, unlike Spriggan. Spriggan truly is despicable because of that. Like, I really think that one of my greatest issues with Spriggan is the fact that it doesn't get access to all inventory slots. And by extension, is just like going to be more fragile and weaker than other characters that do get access to everything. Like, there's always gonna be that situation where you're running around with a Spriggan and you find the greatest helmet that you have ever seen, but you are a Spriggan and it is a helmet, so you don't get to use it. That's like the ultimate feels bad moment. With an Ogre, such a thing can also happen, but I think it is less impactful since, after all, you have good stuff because you're an Ogre. You have good HP, so you can hold on to not having, or you can hold on to the character until you actually find good stuff, is what I'm trying to say. With Spriggan, that's not really the case. They have the ability to run away, of course, but I have repeatedly mentioned how lame I think that is. I would prefer to not have to run away from things, especially if I have to run away from multiple things in the same level. Like, doing a little bit of running away, that's to be expected. That's just like the nature of Crawl is that you're not gonna be winning every fight the moment you encounter it. But when you find multiple fights like that in multiple levels in a row, it just gets super tiresome, and I feel like characters like Spriggan and Cat just have that happen way more often than other characters. That's the true source of my absolute hatred for Spriggan and Cat, and like everything else just like exacerbates that core issue that I have with them. Alrighty, let's train Conjurations to 15, because I can. After that, I think that it's fighting time, and I just win with Conqueror title. Yeah, Conqueror title is nice. Oh, I am turning everything on. That's my bad. I didn't want to do that. Fortunately, I can turn them off real quick. Yeah, wrong key I was pressing. Spriggan Circers are fun. They're fast. They're faster than most monsters when slow. That's so broken. Spriggan Berserker was reasonable during the brief period of time between removal of food and Berserk costing piety. I think it was one or two versions that it was the case, and I won Cat Berserker during that period of time. Fortunately, it was before Berserk started to cost piety. Yeah, that change is rather recent. I think it was during 0.28 that that nerf was inflicted upon Trogu. I already didn't go Trog that much because I straight up don't like the playstyle of being a Berserker. And the things that Trog offers, I don't know. I would prefer to go Kawaru, even if in most characters I sorry. Even if in most characters I don't go for like being a battle mage kind of character, like in my Okawaru worshippers, I still like having Okawaru and having access to the possibility of having spells much more than I like Trog and Trog's kit. Also, Okawaru offers you like straight up more powerful abilities than Trog does. I don't think that the bros are as powerful as Hero, Finesse, and Duel. And even before Duel was a thing, I thought that it was the case. Hero Finesse are just way too powerful abilities. Great abilities. I don't think they're broken. I just think that they're as powerful as an ability can be in Crawl. And Berserk falls very, very short of that, especially with it costing piety. And even more so the more the game progresses. You get to the late game and you want a Berserk, you're probably gonna die because things hit super hard where Finesse doesn't give you that issue. In fact, Okawaru is the opposite, where you can use Okawaru's abilities and they further protect you. They protect you way more than Berserk does with its just like ability to deal more damage. You just, even though you deal more damage, you don't deal enough damage to trivialize things, is what I'm trying to say, which is a thing that I like about Magic sometimes. You just get to the point where you're very, very powerful and you're just quivering Firestorm, and at that point you're not gonna die. Melee as a whole never gets to that point. That's why I like Magic a bit more than I like Melee. Mm. Swords Dexterity helps the Spriggan Berserkers. Yeah, it does. Like, Swords Dexterity Spriggan sounds okay. It is a shame that it is in this version where Berserk costs piety. Mm. Yeah, I got pretty spooked by the caustic strikes. There's definitely a couple of monsters in the game still that can inflict a small degree of fear even in this robust character. And the caustic strikes are one of those because I don't have the resistance. In order to have the resistance, I need to put on a ring that I am not carrying. So yeah, a ring that I think I dropped in Slime. I was like done fighting the Royal Jelly. I was like, okay, I'm done with this. Um, Having 60 evasion is fun. I don't know. I prefer having characters like this one than having 60 evasion. It is certainly nice to have that if you can couple it with decent defenses and resistances. But if you only have that 60 evasion and that's all that you have, I think that you're in trouble. Like, it just takes one bad roll for you to blow up, and that kind of thing, like, it just happens so frequently that I don't enjoy it. These guys are kind of annoying to deal with because they're poison resistant, and I think the sun demons fly. They fly, so we need to use something else. They also have resistance to electricity. Yes, they do. So no arc jolt. We need to use iron shot for these guys. Iron shots. Pulling out the big iron for those guys. How many casts of Iron Shot did I have on my previous character? Let me look that up real quick. Yeah, let me look up how many casts of Iron Shot I had with that character, with that Jin Fire Elementalist. I got Iron Shot super early in the game, so I would be surprised if it was less than 1,000. Okay, Iron Shots. Yeah, it was 1,888 casts of Iron Shot on my previous character, on the Jin Fire Elementalist that I played on Thursday and Wednesday. It was only Wednesday, I think. Yeah, that character was a good character. I enjoyed that character so much. I'm gonna put it on YouTube. Um, Oh yeah, we here see a situation where the first time I saw Arc Jolt, I knew that it was gonna be good for situations like these. Like you find the Spriggan band in depths, Arc Jolt ignores evasion altogether, and they're all bunched up because those Spriggans they're super fast, so they're gonna be next to you, surrounding you, and you just like Arc Jolt them once or twice, and they're all dead. It's super good for that kind of thing. It deals one dice of 54. My decision to train for magic didn't really have that much of an impact. My only grievance with Arc Jolt is that it's only one dice. If it was two dice, it would be significantly more damaging. Would be way better. How is this guy dealing? Heavily damaged. Okay. Tempted to read a teleport since obviously the fight is not really going that well. And there's still a million dudes coming after me. I mean, it's not that dangerous. It's not like super bad dudes. In fact, one of them has an upgrade to my inventory. I see a buckler, a kite shield of protection, which I am much more interested in than the cold resistance that I currently have. Yep, time to re-teleport. This is not going as well as I would like it to go. There we go. That was a pretty fast teleport. Let me on statue form so I can regen. There we go. Big HP gains. Let me switch back to my Poisonous Vapors. Yep. Poisonous Vapors is just better than Airstrike. Deals more damage, costs less mana. Why would you use Airstrike when you have Poisonous Vapors? Unless it is, of course, against monsters that are not affected by Poisonous Vapors. There's an invisible monster coming after me, but I don't know what it is. It's a Shadow Wraith. Okay, it's that. Got shafted to depths 4. Alrighty, let's read magic mapping. I think that this Draconian castle is the entrance to Sot Abyss. Oh, I think this is Abyss. Pandemonium then. Alright, let's go to the stairs anyway. I don't want to do this level yet. Alrighty. Oh, I remember this bolt. I got this specific Hell Bolt on my one attempt at Lord of Darkness 3 during this tournament. It almost killed me, but I managed to use it in my favor. I fortunately was able to trap some dragons inside. I think I trapped a shadow dragon inside for a brief period of time. It was super useful, this bolt. I especially appreciate the fact that it has like windows. It's so nice. Okay, probably shoot on statue form. Wow, this guy is actually like, is it? I was about to say if it was resistant to electricity, but airstrike doesn't check that. Okay, crazy. Been getting some questionable rolls versus some guys. Unfortunate. I hope that doesn't make a lot of noise or like enough noise for monsters to come towards me. Alrighty. And RD is gonna get the job done versus this Spriggan. pretty spooky. Being next to a monster that can engulf is a very, very bad thing for my character. Fortunately, those monsters are very few and even more so far between, so it is not a very real concern. It is like, being afraid of getting hit by lightning in real life. Getting hit by lightning in real life is so unlikely. So it's like, yeah, it's like the kind of it's kind of an unreasonable phobia to get hit by lightning and to be afraid of monsters with engulf. And for that I am grateful because yeah, it's one of the very few weaknesses of this character, monsters with engulf. I think that this guy is here. That doesn't hit this guy. That's a shame. There we go. Good old static discharge, dealing damage in depth because it ignores monster defenses. LRD, 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 LRD. And it gets the job done. Oh, it also almost killed Tengu River for free. Just a nice little extra. Alright, we are going to be taking that. I think I have to go back to depths too, because that's the level where I got shafted, and I got shafted for 2 floors, so yeah. Okay, that thing actually dealt quite a bit of damage. It lost like 60 HP real quick. Got a hit for 46. And then I got hit for 15, though, even though it hit me twice. Damage variance in crawl. Not much else to say when it comes to that. Damage variance in crawl. Okay. Oh, it had anti-magic. I was wondering why my HP, or like my mana, well, I guess for practical purposes, mana equals HP, but I was wondering why it had taken such a sharp nosedive. Monsters with anti-magic are also kind of scary for exactly the same reason as monsters with engulf. Monsters with anti-magic are also reasonably rare, so I'm okay with that. Anyway, 27 fighting, so we are committed to the Conqueror title. Do you have resistance to electricity? Of course you do. You also have a Laya Tank of Distortion. That's kind of messed up. Fear is not gonna work against you. I guess I'm just going to the Abyss. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We don't mind that. I'm gonna use butterflies. I don't want. She has a hex. She has a strip willpower, which is always capped at 33%. Cannot go below 33% chance to affect you. It is kinda very strong like that. If you were able to render yourself immune to this, it would be pointless. So it is understandable that it can be. It can still affect you even if you have good resistance to hexes. And then it has this, which prevents you from teleporting. Even some cross-plane effects, although notably not banishment. So you can still get banished even if you're affected by that. Unfortunately, being affected by that is not resistance to banishment. Well, it is a shame that the Enchantress happened to generate with resistance to electricity today that I am using Arc Jolt. But other than that, like, Arc Jolt destroys the entirety of the band of the Enchantress. I have some pretty okay tools to deal with the Enchantress, despite her resistance to electricity. I have Irradiate. I have this thing. What is it called? Wand of Roots. Yeah, I have Wand of Roots. I have Tin of Tremor Stones. I have Condenser Vein. I have Iron Shot, and Wand of Roots is what I was thinking of. That's a pretty good thing to have. Gonna be using a charge of Tin of Tremor Stones here to blow those living spells up because they're pretty scary, pretty dangerous. Yeah, don't do that. I can LRD them. Yeah. Fortunately, they have very, very low HP, so you can actually get rid of them like that. Okay, the Enchantress. She has poison resistance, resistance to electricity, and resistance to corrosion. She has pretty incredible fairy skills. In fact, they're fantastic for my character. They give me 2 resistances that I don't have in Ogre form, but I like my regen, so I don't think I'm gonna be getting them. Anyway, gonna wait 1 turn. No, okay. I wonder if the Enchantress noticed me. Doesn't seem to be the case. I don't want to fight her with support. Yeah, come over here. Enchantress, okay. We are gonna be using Wand of Roots. And then Iron Shot. Here's the Enchantress. Wand of Roots. Iron Shot. Repels the Iron Shot. Have you always had Repel Missiles? I wonder when you got that. Well, anyway, her kit is kind of messed up for the purposes of fighting my character. You know what? I'm gonna LRD you. I think that's the correct thing to do. Yeah, that was pretty incredible. Today the Enchantress was probably the most difficult fight that I've taken. Just because her kit happened to pretty much entirely counter what I was doing. Pretty interesting. But not enough. It was countering the most of the things that I was doing, but not the entirety of the things that I was doing. It's the second time that I find a ring exactly like this game. Yeah, take a look at. Oh, it must have been in an acquirement, but there was like a ring of willpower with 3 intelligence, either in an acquirement or in a bazaar. After all, we have visited multiple bazaars. It was in one of those places, but I did find a ring of willpower with 3 intelligence before that one. It's an interesting thing that 2 exactly equal randarts happen to generate. This is worrisome. Yep, that's not very good. I wish I had not gone into Gron, like gone upstairs into Gron into getting affected by Howl immediately. It's kind of messed up, you know? Kinda messed up, alright. I'll control blink. This gives minus blink. Or what's... Oh, no, no, no. Did I normal blink and then you read control blink? Is that what happened? Oh. What happened there? Did I use blink? Because I don't see you blink here. Oh, no, 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 I did use it. I blinked and then I used a scroll blink. Okay. Yeah, the only monster that we are actually worried about is the Tzitzimitl. Well, I was right until this thing generated. This is actually pretty bad because it slows you with the miasma. That's not very good. Normally you would breathe a scroll fogu to counteract this, but it is not something that I have access to. This is getting worse and worse by the second. I'm gonna read teleport and then cast the statue form. Torment did a number on me, and then yeah, that's fine. The things that got summoned are permanent, so I will have to deal with them sooner or later. And I would rather deal with them before I have to go into the orb run. Man, these steps has been taking me quite a while. 3 hours and 19 minutes. Certainly slowed down the pace of the character quite a bit. Alright. Decent damage. No torment though. Man, this character has a hard time dealing with CT Mime. Okay, come downstairs with me, Mr. Bone Dragon. Would be easier to deal with this guy if I was... Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I wanted to happen. for this guy to be away from me so I could use LRD on it. It deals significant damage. I actually ran out of mana, so time to pull out one of my 6 potions of mana. And then just, well, I would have used Irradiate to deal with the 2 guys, but Irradiate is pretty nerfed. I think that it's either the damage nerf or the contamination nerf, not the 2 of them at the same time, because as it is right now, Irradiate has been quite lackluster compared to other things that my character has access to. I don't like it. Yeah, in my opinion, Irradiate is severely over nerfed. Where would Gron be? Over here, I suppose. Yeah, that's fine. I can deal with that Bone Dragon. Easy peasy. Good thing to fight against if you actually have resources to fight with. Okay, let me use this. No Howl. Oh, I should probably Hex it because it doesn't have a good. Yeah, I would love to be able to paralyze this guy, but paralysis is not really a thing that exists. Let's Iron Shot it. Yeah, those guys are annoying. Like, I think they were made with the idea that you would always have paralysis by the time you were going to see them. But in an age where paralysis is not guaranteed, they don't really function. I feel like many of the new changes that Kroll makes are like incompatible with old ideas about how things were always going to be. The Doomhound thing is just like a small example. The change to shields to make them scale with dexterity, where the best species to use tower shields were were all like species that got super high strength, like things like that. In my opinion, just like are kind of outdated. So whenever you move one of those things, you should also move the other things together, and it's just something that hasn't really been happening for a while. Okay, we don't mind this. These guys cannot petrify me. They're not even attempting to do so, I think. Oh, no, they are. Yeah, fortunately it was not the one with Crystal Spear. The only one that's truly scary out of those is the one that has Crystal Spears. The one with Petrify is kinda whatever, leaning towards dangerous if you don't have good willpower. The one with Smite is kinda dangerous, but not nearly as dangerous as the one with Crystal Spear, and the one with Crystal Spear is just death, right? Like that one will kill you if you let it do its thing for a couple of turns. Am I getting hit by anti-magic or something? Because I feel like I'm losing a lot of mana. No, I am not. Alrighty. Been getting a lot of variety of monsters that we cannot really kill quickly in this later part of the game. But it is just par for the course for depths. This would, like, I would be able to kill almost everything if I just put Iron Shot on a Quiver, but I don't really want to do that. Firestorm 99% fail. Yeah, absolutely. That's the spell that I should use on the Quiver, right? Let me go ahead and there was something that I was about to do that I kinda forgot about. And it was something rather important. I wonder what it was. No idea. I'll probably remember. Oh, I know. I immediately remembered. Put on the kite shield. Oh, come on. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what it is, but... Is it dead? It's not dead. I'm gonna have to go for one more cast. I'm gonna use Arc Jolt instead. I like these spells that hit things that are surrounding you, regardless of where they are or whether or not you can see them. They're really useful. I put on the Shield of Protection so that I could have a bit of extra armor class. Now I have 15 armor class, as opposed to before. I think before it was 12. It's not as much of a difference, but it is probably going to be more impactful than the cold resistance and the extra shield that the other shield provided. Yeah, we don't really care about those things. More demons. This bolt seems to have an awful lot of demons. I think that the optimal thing to do if I was really trying to go fast is to skip this bolt. I think this may be the first time that I clear it. I don't like it. I have to say that I don't like it. It's just too many monsters, too much monster spam. Bolts like these usually have a lot of loot, and well, I see a potion of experience there, but is it really that important or that impactful to have a potion of experience in depths too? I would say no. This is like kinda a bit too late in the game for that kind of thing. Oh, this guy has not poison resistant. I think he had a potion of curing. It's just that I did my usual thing with the poison and it was still at full HP. So anyway, we are going to wait until I level up to 26 to hello Gron. Okay, you still have immunity to poison because you're on death. Let's use charming on your Doomhound. And I don't shot you. Yeah, dealing with these guys without charming is so much of a pain. It is painful and quite annoying. I have to use my only cancellation. I'm not gonna use my only cancellation. What I'm gonna do here is wait for truly messed up things to generate and go downstairs. No, okay. I am kinda in the process of dying unless I fix this. Let's go upstairs and re-teleport in anticipation to getting messed up howl monsters. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, Tormentors and Titi Mime are the things that I don't want to see. Well, I guess I had to talk. It's fine. It's fine. We can deal with this guy. 57% chance to hit. It actually has quite a bit of evasion. Can probably kill it with LRD because I have Crystal right here. Same goes for these guys. They're gonna be walking through the Crystal. I doubt that they're getting to me. Okay, okie dokie. We are going to be going to depths 4, I suppose. Oh yeah, there was this tormentor. Even if it torments, like it's not such a terrible thing. Oh, did I kill it? Wow, I killed it with a single cast of Arc Jolt. How much damage? One dice of 55. Must have gotten a pretty good roll. I think it did torment quite a bit. Yeah, because those guys were super hurt. Free experience, about as safe as is coming hell. Yeah, about as safe as is coming hell, pretty much. It is insane that people do that sometimes. Well, not that you can do it anymore, because now hell effects are only applied whenever you enter the level. So it would be too much exiting the level and going into the level. I also think that hell effects no longer give you summons upon entering the level. So you can literally no longer scum for hell effects. I guess you could find Doomhounds and like wait for them to do their thing, but no, I would rather not do that. Fortunately, Crawl Design goes out of its way to make it suboptimal to grind like that. Yeah, I am very, very fond of such decisions when it comes to design. Killing that green draconian with Iron Shot took me forever. It was not the most pleasant of things. Classic draconian castle with a lot of draconians in their castle. Black draconians, unfortunate. Ignite poison, got rid of all of them. The red draconian is obviously fire resistant, so it's not gonna die from it. I need to poison it and then walk away. Rest of the draconians do die rather quickly to what I'm currently doing. Not bad. So yeah, I think that this character with this spell set is some of my most favorite kind of characters. Like one of my most favorite kind of characters. Just having a wide array of tools to deal with the situation that the game is presenting me with. I like Arc Jolt. Arc Jolt is such a strong spell. Especially good for dealing with bans. It is not a spell for single targets. If you want to deal with single targets, Lightning Bolt is the way to go. Or if you only want to have conjurations and air magic, of course. But probably Iron Shot is the better spell to use if you want to diversify beyond air magic, since after all you already have a decent amount of conjurations if you're planning on using Lightning Bolt. Yeah, pretty much the way that this character went. This character didn't really get Lightning Bolt. I had it for a bit, but I kind of amnesiaed it, and I don't think I cast it a lot. Like I think I may have cast it once, and that's pretty much it. So yeah. Oh, I forgot to drink the potion of experience. I'm gonna drink it right now. Yeah, I kind of forgot how to do that. Let's train poison magic. Intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. Yeah, I was thinking about it for a second, but intelligence is probably the way to go. This has been a pretty good character. Been happy with it. Okay, I'll get 22 spellcasting, and then I'll get the rest of the experience that the game has to offer in the form of poison magic. Alrighty, let's go into SOT. I have 22 spellcasting now, so let's turn that off. Let's turn on poison magic. For a little bit of extra spell power, obviously we are going to be casting statue form on pretty much every fight here, since this is the realm of lightning or electric golems, storm dragons. Is just a wide array of pretty bad monsters to deal with when it comes to not having resistance to electricity. Also a pretty wide array of monsters that are bad to kill with electricity, since most of them do resist electricity. Physical damage is king in SOT, in my opinion. I'm gonna put Iron Shot on the quiver. I find it interesting that Iron Shot still says 1% chance to miscast. Wonder if I should train for it a bit more. Leaning towards no, however. I wonder if that's because of my shield. Whatever. Even if it is, I don't mind. I'm reading teleport before going down. Okay, Iron Shot, teleport, go downstairs, immediately teleport away into a much safer position instead of having to fight all of those guys at the same time. Yeah, Iron Shot is pretty good against some monsters here. It's not very good against everyone, but it is pretty good against quite a few monsters. And the monsters that are not particularly affected by Iron Shot die very easily to Toxic Radiance and Ignite Poison. So I feel like those two complement each other quite well for SOT. Okay, kind of ran a bit low on mana there, but not as much of an issue as you would think. Okay, the hand axe is doesn't have any penalty on wheel, so I can definitely switch to it if I see a Shadow Dragon. After all, Shadow Dragons can get quite nasty. I would like to have 3 pips of their resistance, if possible, for dealing with those guys. Oh yeah, I was thinking that I probably should be diving these for multiple reasons. I kind of want to end this character already. I don't really need the experience, and I run into the risk of dying due to the wide amount or the wide array of monsters that can throw me away of my statue form, while also needing the statue form because of the large amount of electricity damage. It was very well exemplified there by those guys. So yeah, I got these. Pretty respectable, not good, but respectable nonetheless. Okay, I see that these downstairs are the closest to these. 2 potions of cancellation. That's a very high value item to have found. I appreciate that. Let's read magic mapping. Oh, let me set an exclusion here. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. How are we going to deal with this? This is actually a bad thing for me to see. Probably one of the worst things that I could have found. I have Iron Shot, and Iron Shot, given enough time, will kill everything. But I don't know if we actually have enough time when it comes to the Orb of Fire for one reason or another. We of course have really good fire resistance and really good HP, so it's not likely to kill me via fire damage. On the other hand, it is also very difficult for me to kill it. Yeah, Iron Shot has a 46% chance to hit. That's not what I like to see. That's a pretty bad thing to see. What about LCS? Do I have LCS? No Crystal Spear. At least not here. Nope, no Crystal Spear. Oh, the Iron Shot misses. This is gonna be painful. You know what? I'm gonna drink Brilliance. I need Brilliance for this. I got the form body, that doesn't matter. I don't wanna continue casting. Yeah, didn't wanna continue casting Irradiate versus the Orb of Fire. Alright, not terrible. I thought that it was going to be way worse than it ended up being. I only got 2 bad mutations, rather low impact bad mutations. I only lost my final level up's worth of stats, which is not really an issue. And I lost 2 armor class, which once again is not really an issue. It could have been way worse. I have not enough scrolls of magic mapping to map everything. I have 1 in Layer 5. Okay, should I go pick that up? I don't think I care. Yeah, I don't think I care. Oh, my bad. Didn't want to do that. Wanted to do this. So it showed me all of the items in the floor in that level to see if there was like an artifact or something that I missed in that Ghost Bolt that may actually incentivize me to go there, but I don't see anything. I think this is gonna be full of monsters. Yeah, okay. You know what? It's not the end of the world. I still have Brilliance. I can just Arc Jolt them. Most of them are gonna die from Seth Arc Jolts. The Black Draconian Knights are the only ones that do not die from Arc Jolts. I think they're immune to electricity, or are they resistant? I think they're immune. Yes, they're immune to electricity. Other monsters are resistant to their thing. They're not all immune to their thing. So I find that interesting. Well, that was pretty convenient. Let me read magic mapping. There's a purple draconian. It's absolutely the priority. Need to get rid of it. Lost my statue form. Wanted to go upstairs, failed to do so. This is a pretty bad position to be in, since I've been taking a lot of damage. I'm gonna read Blinking. Butterflies got slowed by the death cough. This is so messed up. Yeah. That was pretty messed up. Yeah, going downstairs into that is not good. But I think I also played it very, very poorly by trying to kill the purple draconian instead of immediately going upstairs. Um, Wow, this is a bad position to be in. It's not the end of the world. I think that I can easily survive it, but it is definitely the consequence of my own actions, I suppose. I especially don't like this death cough. I'm gonna try to charm it, since after all I do have non-zero amount of evocations, and it does work first attempt. Pretty lucky of my yeah, pretty lucky of me. Gonna sit here. Actually, this is the best spot for me to sit in. Gonna drink my heal wounds. Gonna drink a couple of them. Maybe I should also on statue form. This is fine. This guy doesn't have electricity damage. I'm thinking about, or I thought about on statue forming so that I had the regen. I don't like this. I most definitely do not like this. Yeah, Quicksilver Dragons. Ouch, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to go for Poisonous Vapors. Let me switch them around. Not that it will matter a lot, but anyway. File of Lots is what I want to do here. File of Lots will silence this guy. Now it's waterlogged. The bolt of dispelling energy hits you. Yeah, I would appreciate it if you stopped doing that. You're heavily wounded and extremely poisoned. I think I'm gonna go for it. I don't have resistance to corrosion. This guy could be really bad. Gonna go for statue form to give myself more chances to survive if it was to hit me with corrosion. It goes very well. That was so messed up. It goes to show how quickly everything can go down the drain with a character like this. I simply was thrown into a situation that I handled very poorly with the tools that I have. Like, my character has tools to survive almost everything, if not just straight up everything. Very well exemplified by the amount of consumables that I have. Like, that just tells you that I don't need to use them and that I don't and like if you don't need to use consumables with your character, you have a really, really powerful character. And that's pretty much me and my character. I've used very little consumables in the entirety of this playthrough. But consumables are there in case you mess up, I suppose. And I did mess up quite heavily. So I am glad that I had the consumables that I had been hoarding for the entirety of the run to save me in that specific position. That's the point of consumables in this game. Yeah, you want to know something funny that you can do? With Noxious Bog and Draconians, you can drink Attraction, and now they're all gonna get super poisoned, except for the black ones once again, because the black ones fly. And this one is a black Draconian. Probably I should give myself some resistance to electricity. There we go. The only ones that are really annoying to deal with are the black draconians. Even the green draconians with their poison resistance don't have a chance versus what I just did. Okay, that's pretty bad. I don't see purple draconians, so we should be okay. Haste, definitely worth it for this position. Hidden Malignance, might have to get rid of that. Yeah, would lose the willpower, but I am experience level 27. With one other source of willpower on a character that gets 4 willpower per level up, I think it should be okay. It is 27 more willpower than a character with 3 willpower per level up would have. 27 more. Brilliance, I already drank that? No. Brilliance time. Noxious Bogu. Attraction. Irradiate. Perhaps Attraction is the correct thing to do, actually. So they're all bunched up so I can hit them with Attraction, get more value for my mana. or for my contamination, to be more precise, because that's the limiting resource when it comes to irradiate nowadays. It is so bad. It's such a crippling nerf to irradiate. It is still decent, but it is far cry from the monstrous spell that it used to be. I have quite, yeah, the frailness actually chunked down my HP quite a bit. I should have 330 or so, 320 something. Regardless, I'm gonna drink mutation. Subdued magic is awful. Robustness, that's pretty good. Yeah, 323 HP because I'm experience level 27. Ogre with 27 fighting. Alrighty. It's not gonna be very fun, but we should be able to do it. Arc Jolts, getting the job done versus those Orb Guardians. I lost 100 HP fighting them, by the way, but it felt like it tickled a bit, just Ogre things. The trap layout is nasty. This is very bad. Both sides have sod traps. The exit has a sod trap, so there's a high chance for bad shenanigans to happen. The kind of shenanigans that you generally don't want to see whenever you're doing sod 5. Okay. Once again, I lose around 100 HP. It really doesn't matter. I can cast the statue form to remove the possibility of that happening if it's much of an issue, but it really is not, because I'm taking these fights in a controlled way. How much power do I have on these now? I think that's enough training of poison magic. Let's train air magic actually, so I have more power on Arc Jolt. That's what I should have done in the first place. Train these and conjurations. Once again, it's not like it matters at this point in the game. I already maxed out the one defense that I truly excel at with this character, which is fighting. Well, armor class. Well, sorry, HP in the form of fighting training. That's what I meant. That's really bad. Yeah, that's messed up. I was like, oh, I see an Ancient Lich. I want to run towards it and try to kill it before things get bad. And what do we have here? Not only another Ancient Lich, but also an Orb of Fire, which I notoriously have issues dealing with. Well, we're not doing that. Stat Rot. Stat Rot is irrelevant. Is this offline? It is not offline. It is not offline. I have never won a character offline, actually. I have never played Crawl offline. All of my games are online, which is pretty nice because I can pull up things like my first win and other nice things, tournament wins, challenge wins. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of advantages to playing online compared to offline. Anyway, we need to drink haste right now, otherwise we are probably gonna die. That's not fine because I did just find myself in a situation where I needed to heal using potions, but I hope that it's not relevant. If it gets to the point where it might be relevant, I might have to start drinking mutation and then heal. And I hope that I have enough time to do that anyway. Fogo would have been a very good thing to have, but I unfortunately got butterflies for this situation. To be completely fair, I did get into a situation very early in the game versus Rupert where having butterflies absolutely shone. It was amazing, the fact that I found butterflies instead of Fogu. Anyway, Brilliance. Hopefully I can hit this Orb of Fire with Iron Shot. You block the Crystal Spear. Okay, that's a good line of text. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good line of text. Immune to Petrify, because I'm in statue form. Jeez, Titimitu sucks. That's not what I needed, especially with the Dreadlich being all the way over there. Yeah, like, this fight versus two Ancient Liches and an Orb of Fire, other characters of mine have not a lot of issues dealing with such a thing, but yeah, this one absolutely does. We're gonna have to probably run for my life when it comes to dealing with this because, yeah, because of the way that the Dreadlich happened to generate, it was absolutely disgusting. Immediate Torment. Uh, the Red Leech displays the Tormentor, so that's a pretty good thing. What does it have? Mm, I can do this. It makes a lot of noise, so I probably will have to run after this, but it is completely understandable that I have to run versus, or after fighting two Ancient Leeches and Norval Fire and a Dread Leech. Yeah, it's not dying. Okay, it finally died. And a Norval Fire. The Clown Pie is repelled. Okay, I'm at half HP. I'm also fast plus slow, which is not good. I don't know how I got slowed, but I certainly did. Mm. Oh, Titimitl slows on melee. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I'm hasted again. I'm gonna read blinking. I have all these blinkings for exactly this situation. Nothing more and nothing less. Yeah, it was a pretty rough situation indeed. I have to take this fight at this amount of HP because my potions of curing don't do anything. Stat brought 2, doesn't matter. Let me go back upstairs. Let me exclude these that I have not seen and I don't care about seeing. Rest in relative safety. Okay, back to the fray we go. Should I heal that? I'm leaning towards no. No, I'm not gonna heal it. Oh, apparently I didn't lose the willpower. That's nice. I hadn't noticed that I hadn't lost the willpower. Let's continue. That's nice. I'm glad that I didn't die there. It was kind of messed up, alright. But nothing that my character was unable to survive. I only needed a little bit of luck landing those iron shots, since after all, they have pretty poor accuracy, 50-something% chance to hit the Orb of Fire with Potion of Brilliance, which spell power improves the spell's accuracy. So yeah, more spell power, more accuracy. Irradiates, Iron Shot, irradiates, and goodbye, Electric Golem. I think that I can kill everything in a 1 versus 1. Every single monster that I encounter here I could kill in a 1 versus 1, even rather easily. But leeches, if they come supporting each other, Orbs of Fire, if I see multiples, that could be serious trouble for me. I don't want to be in the receiving end of that. Let's use Brilliance, because I'm gonna go hard on Iron Shot here. Yeah, time to pull out the big iron, so I don't run out of mana. I mean, Brilliance halves the mana cost of the spells that you use, and since I'm using Iron Shot like crazy, it is the correct thing to do. Wow, I got Teleportitis immediately because that guy stepped on a Sod Trap. Yeah, the game insists on being nasty to the end. Not very polite of the game, I have to say. I have 2 cancellations. I think that I'm just gonna eat it and heal whatever mutations the game inflicts upon me. I don't like that. Yeah, I'll drink mutations. I have 11 after all. That's fine. It's not great, but it is okay. Yeah, that's fine. Your current run, you shafted your wizard to skip certain death and drop 2 levels. Nice. You can drop up to 3 when you get shafted. I think that Formicid specifically shouldn't drop 3 levels on their shafts. It used to be that they could drop 1 or 2 levels, but it was recently changed. I don't know exactly when it got changed, but it got recently changed to make it so that they could drop up to 3 levels, and that's just like so evil. I'm gonna drink Resistance and Haste. Seeing a lot of leeches, I'm kind of starting to not want to fight these, especially considering the situation that I'm currently in. I run out of Brilliance. I need to have Brilliance. Yeah, like I'm not gonna be taking these fights without Brilliance. Immediately, wow, that's so messed up. Look at this. That turned like the Killer Clown muted me, right? It used Pi, got silenced, took 100 damage from a Crystal Spear, and the the guy, where is this guy? What is it called? The Dreadlich. The Dreadlich summoned a Hell Sentinel, all in the same turn. So 100 damage, silence, Hell Sentinel, all 3 of those in the same turn. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I might die here. I can try to make a run for the orb and then just jump into the teleport trap. But yeah, this is so messed up. Most characters would have just insta-died that turn. I mean, this is kind of like an insta-die, right? Like, even for this character, losing so much HP, getting a Hell Sentinel summoned, and also being silenced in the same turn as a spellcaster is kind of a game over. I'm glad that I am in statue form, even though I am not gonna be moving as fast as I would be moving normally, because of statue form, at least I'm hasted, so it's not gonna be that terrible. And I have good HP, and I have good defenses, and I have good resistances. So statue form will be the shield that saves me. Yeah, blink on top of the orb would be nice if I could read scrolls, but unfortunately, magic scrolls do not work when you are silenced. And unfortunately, this guy just applied that to me, so I'm gonna be silenced for a good 10 turns. I could drink cancellation, but doing so would decrease my HP quite a bit because I would lose statue form. I would also lose resistance to electricity, not very good versus a storm dragon that is set to multi-sap me with no evasion, you know. And also, yeah, it would be a turn. I would lose the haste. I would lose a lot of things that I don't want to lose if I use cancellation. So I'm even gonna walk through the alarm trap because, like, what? Who cares about the alarm trap? Yes. Who cares about the alarm trap? Yep, give me that. Goodbye. Okay, that was beautiful. That was an incredible blink. Very, very good. The silence wore off at some point. But yeah, also I lost all my mana. But yeah, that was the kind of situation that you're just not gonna win if you try to fight it. Let's drink cancellation. Unfortunate that this Cacodemon summoned. It didn't chase me. It was teleported by this trap, and I just landed very close to it. It's just like sheer unluckiness right there, I suppose. Well, it's nice that this character got interesting towards the end because it was going very well for me, not gonna lie. Do you have resistance to electricity? You do. Okay, so that means no static discharge. I was gonna use a static discharge versus that guy. Gonna cast swiftness because I need to get to the stairs before the guys that were fighting me in the vault get to me. Those guys get to me, and I am in trouble. Oh, I am in trouble. I have Lorosiproca next to me. I didn't even see it coming because, of course, invisible. Kinda rough. How do we get rid of you, Mr. Lorosiproca? To begin with, I should probably go upstairs. Statue form. Goodbye, my mana. Brilliance. Potion of mana. Fortunately, I have still a fair amount of them. Irradiate. 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 Okay, some pretty good rolls for Irradiate. Has to go for 3 of them, and it got the job done. Let me on statue form so I can regen, and also walk faster. Go D0. Get me out of here. I'm kinda done. Oh no, I didn't take the right stairs. It doesn't matter. There's a hatch up here that I can take. Go D0. Is this an issue? These guys have... which ones are the ones that have... Okay, they don't have sap. That means that it's not an issue. Okay, those guys were easy to deal with. Not nearly as dangerous as you would think. How am I still being ganked? It's the orb run. When you are in the orb run, monsters constantly are summoned against you. Yeah, the Lords of Pandemonium are not very happy that you took the Orb of Sot, so you start seeing summons like these appear left and right. I will cast Swiftness to run away from that Tsitsi Metal. Fortunately, when it comes to Fiends, none of them are faster than Speed 10. If they were Speed 11 or so, they would be ridiculous. I'm glad that they're Speed 10. That would kill a lot more people in the Orb run, and people still die in the Orb run. Like, not everyone who grabs the orb wins the game. Okay, we're almost done. Get me out of here. Oh, 4 hours. Look at that, not bad. Anyway, it was a pretty interesting character. Very strong. Definitely very strong. I had a blast with it. Sot was difficult. All of SOT. I didn't do much of it, other than SOT 5, of course, but I didn't even complete SOT 5. I got super lucky with the teleport, by the way. If I had gotten a Bath teleport, it would have been significantly more complicated to win. If I had gotten a Bath teleport, probably I should have tried to remove the silence and blink my way to safety. But there was no guarantee that I would have survived with a Bath teleport. Regardless, that situation that the game put me at the end was bad. It was so messed up. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me tonight with this win. Oh, let me inscribe the dagger with Sky weapon and Twitch .tv/9 settler. Alrighty, now we can go ahead and win the game. Yeah. Beautiful. Another Ogre for the books. I'm glad that the game decided to be good to me this time. I got some pretty good stuff from the very beginning. I got mana regen super early. Level 2 of the dungeon. That was such an impactful thing when it came to winning. I got Snork's Troll Leather Armor on D13. Before that, I was using a normal Troll Leather Armor. I did even call this marginal upgrade because it was +1 instead of the 0 that I was using. And I ended up winning the game with it. But the real big thing about this character was this ring that I found in this hard ice cave. I have repeatedly said that ice caves, hard ice caves, are something that you probably should never go into, just because the level of difficulty of the ice cave is actually unreal. Like, it's unfair how difficult they are for the point in the game that they spawn in. But this time I got rewarded for doing exactly what I said you should not do. So I guess the same can be said when it comes to hard ice caves and Desolation Assault. Go in there if you really need some help, because there's an unfair chance that you'll get it. But you can also die. So if you die, like, whatever, just to start a new character. But if you go in there and you get something good, it's probably gonna get you the win. Yeah, pretty strong ring, all right, definitely. Oh, also the Hat of Pondering was a big deal. Very strong item. It's 5 intelligence, love it. 10 mana, love it. Willpower, love it. 3 armor class on the hat slot, love it. Even more impactful for a Ogre than it would be for something that can actually wear a helmet, you know? So, great item. I was using a Ring of Intelligence for pretty much the entirety of the run. You know why that is? Because I found good resistances that allowed me to free up my item slots, my ring slots, and my armor slots to get some other important properties, such as regen, once again the intelligence, mana regen. I even won with the Scarf of Repulsion. I don't really win with this that often, but I definitely enjoy this item. I think it was a very helpful item in surviving bolts and stuff. Yeah. I was carrying this as a sky weapon, and I never really used it. This hand axe of Uskoyo. Let's see. Oh, Scroll Butterflies was great versus Rupert. That was the only time where it truly, absolutely shined, but it was amazing versus Rupert. I just read it and did my usual poison stuff through the butterflies. Rupert did paralyze a butterfly, so that was obviously meant for me, but not this time, Rupert. So yeah, it bought me enough time to kill Rupert, which is normally the issue. Rupert is not particularly the paragon of tankiness if you're able to hurt him from afar, but he can paralyze you, he can confuse you, he can berserk you. So yeah, like, you just need a little bit of time that you straight up don't have, because Rupert by design won't let you have set time. I didn't really use a lot of experience of Okobols, but that just goes to show how powerful the character was. Very satisfied with how it went. 4 hours, 23 seconds. I will be back on Monday. So if you enjoyed what you saw, you should consider following if you are not already following. And if you are, you can consider subscribing. You don't have to, and I would understand if you don't want to or you can't, but it does help me if you choose to do so.